Hello and welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to once again day number 2 of the Proving Grounds Open Qualifier number 1, hosted by UEA. Here you are on Glaive Esports channel because you're here for exactly one reason. That's to watch Glaive Esports. As yesterday they had a handful of games. They were able to win their first match up against the side of Winthrop and lost their second game against the number 2 seeded 100 Thieves. Really quickly, just as an update for the remainder of the tournament, I don't know if it's possible to throw that graphic up, but these are all of the 1-1 teams that currently sit in the tournament. The majority of teams that you're seeing here are likely some of the teams, as well as some of the 2-2s that you'll be seeing for the rest of the day here on the Glaive Prime channel, but also in some of the other places. Really important that there's plenty of other channels that you can go watch. I'm posting a Twitter link right now with every link to all of the games, as once again, there's so much League of Legends to be played inside of this first open qualifier, and the magic number today is 3. 3 wins total is all that is necessary to get from this open qualifier into the main event for any team whatsoever. That is the number that both Taco, of course, the opposition today, could Glaive Prime in their first game, and of course, Glaive Prime are attempting to reach so that they can make it into the main event. The top 10 teams inside of this event, 5 points apiece for each win, and the top 10 point getters will be having a chance to get into that qualifier. Top 6 automatically slot into Proving Grounds. The next 4 will have to play against a Catapu. You know that's possible after what happened with CLG, so just making it into that top 10 is of the highest priority for any amateur team. So games like this need to be won. Both the teams here today, that is Glaive Esports Prime alongside Taco Gaming, both of them require 2 more wins over the course of the next 3 games, all of which will be streamed here. We'll be following Glaive for the remainder of the day. Now, yesterday, what we did see was Taco Gaming actually taking a surprising loss in round number 1 to Dare Red, which was a little bit, it was a little bit out there. Taco Gaming was one of the higher seeded teams inside of the tournament, had a lot of expectations. For anyone who doesn't know, this is a team that's comprised of Cozy Shroud, who came, of course, from Supernova, and also that fantastic collegiate roster that they had there for at least a little bit with Strumpus as well. And then you've got Trickster, who's coming back once again after last year taking the year of hiatus off the back of the ban that had been occurred. He's coming back in for Taco Gaming here alongside the remainder of the team. Doxa in the mid lane, Lynx in the bottom lane, and Glaive, so quite a bit of collegiate representation inside of this roster altogether. Came out yesterday to a bit of a shaky opening. We're able to close things out in the second game of the day and get themselves back to a 1-1 start, where now they find themselves up against Glaive Esports Prime, who took that first victory against Winthrop in pretty convincing fashion. A mild upset in its own right, despite some of Winthrop's hiccups and roster swaps. Just a very clean win altogether. And of course, the contested victory up against the side of 100 Thieves and their amazing top laner and their youthful top laner in Sniper there was a pretty big it was a pretty big loss. Coming into today, both teams want to be able to bounce back to the best of their abilities to ensure that they get back to this 3-win kind of setup that they've got going for themselves. I'm expecting the early game yesterday from either of these teams wasn't particularly the fastest, the strongest to begin with, and so I expect more of that today. Outside of Trickster maybe getting into the face of Zadox, which should be an incredibly intriguing matchup to watch the chess match between the two of those in the jungle, I don't expect too much inside of the laning phase, so we might actually get a nice solid mid game and into the later game, as quite a few games ended before the 30-minute mark yesterday. One of the very few that actually went past 30 minutes was our first game against Winthrop from Glaive Esports Prime. We were able to take that to a 35-minute victory. So up against the side of Taco Gaming, both of them have quite a bit of test in it to be able to work themselves back and forth. I'm just now realizing I hadn't actually introduced myself. I'm Rebel Fox. I was here yesterday. I'll be here for all 3 games today. Ravishing Ravish, my wonderful partner from yesterday, will be back after this game and into game 2 and 3. But for today, or for right now, you're actually just stuck with me. So my apologies, everybody. We're waiting to get into the draft. As soon as that's ready, we'll be able to show off to the best of our abilities, whatever it is that we'll be able to have. We also saw yesterday that Glaive Esports Prime, they had run into, it was not Yasin who was starting, but instead Ratchet who was starting, who had pretty good performances in both game 1. Game 2 was a little bit spotty, but it's difficult. 100 Thieves is a tough team, and Dombre was able to go. Yeah, we can talk about round 3 matchups. We can take a look at all the games that are actually being played in this first round matchup, taking a look across the board. You can see right there, Taco Gaming versus Glaive Esports Prime in the middle of your screen, directly below Grand View and Esports Dinka. You can notice the left side of your screen, there are currently 4 games going on right now, I believe, at the on the left side of the screen, all of which that matter, because every one of the teams that wins one of those top 4 games, because they're currently 2-0, will be qualifying for the tournament. So that is Golden Guardians versus Supernova, 100 Thieves versus Maryville over on the UEA channel currently. I believe Wildcard versus No Team isn't being streamed by either of the teams individually, but is being streamed by the Proving Grounds podcast. Shout out to Smacks and Lennon and Cubby, who are over on that channel taking care of that one. So big props to them. Immortals AoE and EA Evil Geniuses Prodigies, obviously two of the LCS affiliated organizations, both competing as well to try to get themselves into a rapid position. And from that point, everybody else is just competing to the best of their abilities to try to continue to take wins across the board. So we got some exciting matchups, teams vying as best as possible to hit that 3-2 mark instead of falling to the wayside to that 2-3 mark that won't get them into the tournament, won't get them qualification points, and hopefully not drop them out of the tournament as time goes on. We're just hanging out because, of course, we have exterior draft that comes through from United Esports Association. They run their own program, so we're just waiting for that to come through on both sides of this. I remember sitting down with Taco Gaming. I was able to talk about this a little bit yesterday, because of course Taco is actually, funny enough, he was from anybody who knows from 2020, he was the Leaguepedia manager, and he was amazing at that job. He's amazing at his current job also, where he worked for some of the mobilytics stuff for a lot of the LCS and LCS affiliated organizations. But earlier he was the one I talked to about Winthrop, because of course he was the manager there, also the manager here for Taco Gaming, the namesake. He wanted to be a GM for quite some time, and so this was his shot at being a bit of a roster. And some interesting signings coming out of this, because again, Doxa was somebody that was playing for TSM Amateur, which is an LCS affiliated organization. Apparently had quite a few different places that he could have gone. Chose instead to come to Taco Gaming alongside a lot of the players on this roster. And it's kind of funny because you see, Cozy, Trickster, Doxa, Lynx, Advice may not seem like the pinnacle of everybody coming together in a perfect order, but it seems like these 5 players actually have quite a bit of respect and quite a bit of ability to connect together before they even started. And so hopefully after a bit more time, a bit more development, we get Trickster back into full form, where Trickster was one of the higher kind of touted prospects inside of Risen just 1 year ago when they were part of the Proving Grounds qualifier circuit. And the rest of this team, we've seen what they're capable of doing. Cozy, of course, for St. Thomas, was going crazy and winning a lot of the CLOL events over the course of the fall. Doxa, of course, part of that championship roster for the side of Winthrop University as well himself. Incredibly talented. Coining the frame Doxa diff was a lot of us inside of the collegiate scene, and that is very apparent for a number of champions that you might see. Lynx, also a relatively unknown name, was part of the Western Collegiate organization and made it into Proving Grounds last split with not only Cozy, but also the rest of Supernova, competing with a different roster in this particular split. But Lynx himself, one of those main contributing members to their ability to go to Proving Grounds, which I think it speaks quite a bit, because Lynx has only been competing in amateur for the one split with Supernova, made it in that first split, and it's already garnered enough attention to where players like Doxa, Trickster, Cozy, and Gweiss are willing to stick their neck out and say, this is the guy that we want at ADC. It speaks quite a bit to the ability of Lynx to step onto a roster like this and be a superstar alongside the rest of these fantastic players. We're just waiting to see what they're capable of doing when everything kind of comes together in one cohesive mess for this Taco Gaming bid. And on the other side, of course, we've seen Glaive Esports Prime haven't made a substitution, bringing back the roster from just last year, as we're going to kick off the draft as quick as possible. I know yesterday also, funny enough, Glaive was actually, I think, the only team that was able to receive a 3 bans that were missed from the opposite team. They were the only team the only game that actually incurred a penalty to begin with. So if you look through the bans for every single game, all of them are filled except for Glaive's first game against Winthrop, where the first 3 bans unfortunately were taken away from them. You can see already also Taco Gaming, they have done their research. Yesterday you saw just how disgusting that Zadox and Diomar were on the dive combination of the Hecarim and the Vex in that first game. Absolutely went crazy. Had almost a 16 KDA in the first game, did Diomar on that Vex champion, and fortunately gonna get taken away. In fact, comfort across the board. It's going to be the Vex taken from Diomar, Zadox taken off of his Hecarim that he's played the majority of this early season with, and Tibbs off of his trademark Poppy, setting up this incredible Akali pick for Cozy Shroud. The namesake literally comes from the ability that is held by that champion. So you can tell this is one that is going to be extremely difficult to deal with for the side of Glaive, especially without that comfort pick in that top lane role for Tibbs with the Poppy It's a question of what else they have in the back pocket. They go immediately for the Gragas, which is intriguing for a lot of different reasons. I know for a fact that Talon is a favorite of Zadok's, and they're going to jump to it immediately. I'm thinking maybe this is a top lane Gragas. We saw that in the preseason. I saw it specifically a lot inside of the VCS where I do a bunch of work, and a lot of the top laners there loved this pick. It was very powerful, especially because you can flex into Winter with the tier start in the beginning of the game. Helps out with your wave clear, helps out with your trading and your power in a number of different ways. Makes this champion very, very applicable in a number of different ways. On the other side, of course, they set up for the Jarvan. That's going to be Trickster's champion. Yesterday was an absolute menace in the opposing jungle. A lot of time didn't exactly work out in the first game. You saw him live in the enemy jungle a lot more than he was in his own a fair amount of the time yesterday. And Doxa going to the Twisted Fate. I know yesterday the one game was the Stridebreaker set. Took me back to what was early 2020 when it still had the dash on it when items first got reworked. Doxa did not have the greatest of times on that champion with that pick, but today on something that he has a bit more map presence with, likely going to attack and help out this Jarvan attacking into the side lanes. And you can see the rest of the picks start to get fleshed out. Diomar on the Sylas, a very good champion of his, to be able to match a fair number of the ultimates that are available, as well as a lot of the skirmishing power from limited range, like the Akali, like the Jarvan, everything else. And you can see both bot lanes have been fleshed out with hyper carries and enchanters. We saw this very, very big adaptation. Lulu Karma, two of the most drafted champions alongside Thresh in terms of the support role yesterday, that really made a massive difference. You can see the Jinx is a great pick for Lynx to be able to carry with. He was picking that even before other people were picking Jinx, so you know it's a comfort pick for him. And alongside Gweiss, who is a very good enchanter player from back in the day. And on the opposite side, one of my favorite counter picks to Jarvan that isn't necessarily just a pure jungle pick is actually the Vayne pick, because if you decide to throw the Cataclysm on top thinking you're going to get a burst, it's just not going to happen. The Condemn is going to deny the Jarvan any access to anybody inside of a fight, and is going to basically mean his death is going to be absolute, unless you get that flag and drag to start things off on a Sindelian. Not super easy with the Tumble being active. And alongside the Lulu, quite a bit of trading power back and forth between these two bottom lanes, but the range, I have to give quite a bit of credit over to the side of Taco to be able to secure themselves two range champions, enough wave clear probably to keep Sindelian and Ratchet held down inside of the laning phase. Okay. So then I would say probably in the end goal here, I know that Tibbs is going to be in a position where you're playing counter to what is a very solid champion for Cozy Shroud. And now you've got a champion also that is able to disrupt inside of the Shroud. You're not too worried about auto-attacking. The wave clear is going to be there. It's easy enough to try to dodge out. Seems like a nice sandbagging champion to deny Cozy Shroud quite a bit. And you get your counter pick in the mid lane for Diomar, a very skirmish-heavy champion alongside the Talon. If they get into scrappy 2v2 type situations, even against the Jarvan and anything else that could come about, I really do think that they're in a solid situation. I've been told that there's a bit of content that can actually be played, so we'll kick it to that really quick and get back in right before we step into the game. Rocking like a Jhin, a Karthus, a Seraphine, sometimes getting the backline could be problematic.
Rex is just dead, but he delays for long enough. So to get one more kill out there we go. The Vex now in. Diomar doing this stupid amount of damage. Will go on to get more. The Vex resets come in, and he just late. He's set up for the on track yet again. It's only second dragon of the game. I don't know why they want to definitely fight for this. We go with super duper deep Ekron all the way in a 5-man field with the cans to capitalize off of it. Vex as well putting a lot of damage. We see the front to back as well. Grim, Avant already gone. On the other side, Cabo Boy to be taken out. But there you go, Diomar goes to super duper deep. Gets one. Oh, a beautiful play by my bud. To at least save the dragon, put that in their favor. But now Vex wants to go in. Lands one reset. There's the fear. He'll try to get more. Yep, there we go. And there's the second. One more fear. All of Winthrop are running away, scared, willy-nilly with their tail tucked behind their legs, and Jason's hammer.
And that means that it's going to be easy enough for a setup for Winthrop to be able to do. Now that, they've been spotted, I feel like they need to pull out of this situation because Madbot has already taken the back. They know that the timer's going to be there.
Gonna get one more. The fight is actually quite nice, but it's actually almost just a little bit too far. But they lose more junglers, and the mid lane Cabo Boy is gone. But that reckoning cannot follow up. We were mentioned before, just that engage not being there. Oh, but there's engage from Zadok to see how low they are. But takes the damage from Caitlyn. But we're not looking. Pushes all the backslide. Diomar looking for a way and finds a reset though. But he really stopped much put up by hand. And now one more going down. They actually just focus in onto my bud. Cause see how.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Just a short amount of time until we kick off our game number 1 between Taco Gaming on the blue side with Cozy Shroud in the top, Tricksters in the jungle, Doxa in the mid lane, Lynx in the ADC position, and Gwei sitting in the support role up against Glaive Esports Prime. Tibbs in the top lane, you got Zadox in the jungle, Diamar in the mid lane, Sindillion in ADC, and Ratchet at the support role. Interestingly, I think also speaking to some of the level of what we're going to see in team fights could be a little wild, just because it feels like Taco Gaming have a fair setup. They've got the engage button with the Jarvan. They've got a nice kind of run in with the Mantra E coming out from the Karma to set up the rest of these champions for quite a bit of success. And I think that does matter when it comes to trying to enforce your will. I always like players and champions and specifically team compositions that like to set their own pace for team fights, and that's something that can come about. But there's quite a bit of disruption. You talk about not only the Condemn, but also Gragas' ultimate to be able to throw a bit of disarray into everything that Taco Gaming is to do. It means that, I think communication is really going to be tested on the side of Taco Gaming. They've got 5 players. They've had a little bit of scrim time, but not a super, a ton of game time to be able to work with in terms of one another. And we know this is a team that probably, after enough time, is going to be able to compete at a very, very high level alongside some of the higher seeded teams. But Glaive Esports has been playing together for an excruciating amount of time. You have to know that their communication is likely far more on point. We've heard a little bit about the improvement in that department from Diomar, upon not only staying in mid lane for an entire year, but also just working with the team even more consistently. And you have to think that their team fight calling also is going to be really consistent as well. Their lanes are set up in a good way. It does set up a Zadox for a position where on this Talon does have to get rather aggressive in the earlier stages of the game. This isn't a team that has a guaranteed go button. Yes, you've got Cataclysm coming out from your Sylas, but you don't necessarily want to throw that. You got to be careful with who you throw into the front line as fast as possible, and that's going to come through. As we kick off into the game, you saw the Hextech right there as we say we get everything come about. My favorite adaptation also through the season, I've seen Zed with it and I've seen Talon with it, a few other junglers as well, but the first strike on these assassin type junglers being able to get a full combo down onto somebody, especially somebody like a Jarvan, where if you're trusting in Jarvan's ability to take the 1v1 to begin with, it is definitely there, but it is rough to be able to give up that much gold and true damage over to an assassin jungler who absolutely can burst you out if you're not paying attention. Quick adaptation also, just a check-in really quick also to Cozy Shroud. The triple rejuve bead with the grasp, I think anticipating that this could be a little bit of a rough laning phase against Tibbs Gragas. And so, going for a bunch of regeneration, not going to get poked out of the laning phase, and also might indicate going for, if I recall, the mathematically correct Akali build that involves a Trinity, or not a Trinity Force, but a Titanic Hydra and things of that sort. It comes to mind, at least. I don't know. I think I've seen Cozy Shroud do it before, but I was not super impressed by it, even if it is mathematically superior. I prefer to see Cozy Shroud on something that he can assassinate with, especially because the crux of the composition from Glaive Esports seems to be brawl in front of Sindillion and let Sindillion focus down whoever is in front of him. I think that is eventually what Glaive's going to have to go to, unless they've got a very powerful, Zadox to be able to burn through people. Diomar gets really big and is able to assassinate people on the front line. The front line versus front line actually doesn't look particularly good for Taco, because you're running what is Jarvan and Akali up against 3 members in the Gragas, the Talon, and the Sylas, all of whom have the damage absolutely to be able to take quite a bit of a beating. Not only that, but also to give out quite a bit of a beating. So winning on that. The bottom lane, though, already in a fantastic position for Taco Gaming. Again, the range advantage against the Lulu and the Vayne makes it very difficult to get down damage, makes it difficult to gain control of the wave, and so bottom side is going to be shoved for the foreseeable future. Taco Gaming should have complete control of that one. You can also see that Zadox pathing down towards the bottom side of the map, alongside Trickster, who's beaten him a little bit in terms of the clearing speed. That tends to happen with the Jarvan. Has pretty good clear speed to begin with. They're going to interact with one another at the bottom side of the map. If this wave does bounce, which I think could be painful for Glaive, it just means that the bottom lane is going to be susceptible potentially to a gank, and if it doesn't, it just means that it's going to be easy enough to do whatever they want on bottom side. Diomar is going to find nice chain E. That's going to be an easy first blood right there. Doxa threw down the gold card, got a flash, but wasn't anticipating the abscond abduct coming out from the rest of the combo out from Diomar, who finds a flash and gets the kill up against the mid laner here. Doesn't happen too often. The pause comes out here Not sure what it was for, but it sounds like it's going to be over quick enough. Nice play to the mid lane. Yesterday, we saw one of the biggest things about Glaive that was a struggle up against their matchup against 100 Thieves is that Insanity pulled quite a bit of attention, and there wasn't a bunch of matching pressure in the early game, and the early game was slow both times here for the side of Glaive Esports. So already Zadox on this Talon, willing to get down, get dirty, immediately into the mid lane, getting Diomar into a positive situation against a matchup that he can take advantage of when the time comes. So great start there. Not to mention, it also allows for Diomar to recapture a bunch of pressure. The wave should shove it into Doxa, who's going to try to hold it, and that should mean that Diomar can teleport back to lane and hold a little bit of pressure for bottom river if they wanted to. Instead, it seems like Diomar is just going to catch the reverb wave from Doxa when the time comes. Spectate client. Oh, we love the Spectate client. No updates next year, always. It's going to happen. And keep your eyes, I suppose what's going to happen here, I think Zadox has to understand that he is not in a position to take his blue buff. So if he runs headfirst into this Jarvan, that could be problematic. Yeah, I really do think what needed to happen there was that Diomar needed to immediately back after the kill and then just teleport right back to lane. And if he were to do that, there would have been potential to actually contest this. They just try for a 50-50. Maybe there's some chance. Zadox is going to E over the wall. They're going to try for a little bit more. I don't know if they stayed for the Gromp because now all of a sudden Diomar has gotten a teleport back. Could become a bit of a menace. So they're just going to snag the blue buff and get out. Good communication. Good play from Taco Gaming, punishing a bit of the timer that came out. Yes, you lose the kill to Diomar and grab the blue buff away. You're shutting down the Talon just a little bit. If he had gotten the kill, it would have meant a lot less. But now, Zadox now sitting in a great position. Trickster ahead quite a bit. Diomar, unfortunately, against the Twisted Fate, is still melee into range and is not going to have too much of an advantage, given the fact that you get extra bonus gold on all those minions that you're going to be CSing as the Twisted Fate. So all in all, really not too much. Neutralizing move from Glaive and a nice takeaway, making sure to shut out Zadox a bit from the remainder of the map. Seems to be a solid strategy. We saw 100 Thieves do it yesterday in the midst of the transition from mid lane pressure into making sure that Zadox was going to get shut down. He, even last season, was a very large amount of the success that had actually come out from Glaive. So it's not shocking to see that teams have done their research on this squad, who has taken a step up, in my opinion. Hopefully they can take a step past that, 16 to 12 mark and step into potentially contesting for one of the proving ground slots, even if it is that 7th through 10th place that has to play against an academy team. It would show a bit of growth from a lot of these players. Definitely worthy and capable of doing so. Taco Gaming trying to do the exact same thing here. You see the contest is back and forth between the two. Taking a quick stock of everything. Again, it's a painful start for the likes of Zadox because he lost that blue buff, lost the Scuttle Crab on both sides of the map, so fair amounts of the farm just taken out of the belt of the Talon. Going to be behind an experience as well, so that level 6 isn't going to be there. And now it's just Taco Gaming slowing things down. So a little bit there from Lynx and from... or a little bit there from Sindillion onto Lynx. The biggest thing is that yesterday also Ratchet kind of got caught out in Dawnbray's roaming quite a bit. Dawnbray didn't have the greatest of stat lines, but if you watched the game yesterday, you saw quite a bit of the impact that was held, and now both of them get caught very far forward. Fantastic play from Sindillion to be able to get that condemn onto Trickster before the EQ to actually complete. And that means that while Sindillion does have to burn the cleanse, the heal also burned from Ratchet. Flashes are still available, so another gank could be absorbed in a very real way. Nothing from either jungler really landing ever since that first gank into mid lane. Well played, but it does secure bottom side pressure and allows for the side of Taco Gaming to grab the first dragon. And to me, the value of these dragons, again, the dragons themselves don't always mean too much, but what it does do, especially for a team like this, is it gives you terrain to fight around. If you're going to force the other team to make a decision between giving over the soul, especially when you're a team fighting team, or coming to team fight, you're just winning both sides of that exchange as long as you're not down too much gold. And Glaive Esports, especially with neutralizing top lane, mid lane, that's going to be melee into range for a fair amount of time, and a low range bottom side, it's going to be difficult for them to really kind of garner any semblance of a gold lead before some of the mid-game strikes and some of the mid-game kind of item spikes that you're going to be looking for from this squad. So here it's Taco Gaming just taking advantage of not only having good superior team fighting to begin with, but also just the fact that the gold advantage probably just isn't going to be there. So anything they can take for free, they're going to grab, and it's going to force the side of Glaive to maybe take fights that they're not ready for, or put them in a position where they're not going to find too much more. Cozy Shroud going for a full engagement into Tibbs. He doesn't have E. Nice ultimate is going to deny, and here is Zadox to be able to deny any more engagements. Good play from Cozy Shroud. He doesn't have a ton of AP. He just has that Hextech alternator, and that's it. But it was enough, actually, to put quite a bit of pressure into Tibbs, who went for the tier start, so no magic resist means that very, very threatening. Not a very tanky Gragas to be able to work with. into Doxa goes DMR once again, finding a bit of training pressure. Again, the Twisted Fate, not the perfect matchup into Sylas. If you step up too far, you're just going to get engaged on immediately by that champion. So you've seen time and time again where DMR's just been able to step up into the pocket to make an aggressive play happen. Not too much, though. We're waiting for Doxa really to use that ultimate to pop out and to go attack one of the side lanes, try to get either the Jinx far enough ahead to where the team fights are going to be great, or where Cozy Shroud can do the exact same thing by assassinating one of the primary targets. It feels like a game where Glaive, if they let this go late and they keep the gold even, they aren't without a chance to win, but it does feel like a game where they're going to be a lot more comfortable if their talent has a bit more gold, if their Vayne has a bit more gold, if they've got somebody that they can rely on to carry fights, as opposed to just, walking into what is a Jarvan Jinx combination as a duo to fight into. Things get a little bit more tumultuous at that point. And I think that's the breaking point here for this team, is just making sure that you have some weapon with which to fight back against Taco Gaming. Bottom side, sacrificed a little bit more. Ratchet remains here. I think this is a situation, especially with that wave stack, that maybe you could have had the Vayne take on against Cozy Shroud. Tio is actually using that ultimate coming out from the Twisted Fate that he had stolen earlier just to get some trade damage. Got quite a bit onto Doxa, but not going to mean anything as Rift Herald was already taken. They swapped links up the top side, and it's going to be easy enough now for Tibbs to just have to back off, but they should be able to snag top tower for relatively free. There's not really much else. You see that Zadox is counter jungling on the bottom side of the map, getting some of that farm back, and there is quite a bit of plating to actually burn through before the Rift Herald can get taken. I was hoping to see a play either in bot or in mid lane, but it seems like neither of those is going to be the case. Instead, SNDM just going to pull 3 tower plates off this. I had 2.5 before they get anything else. Not going to make that mistake of saying that. Should be able to snag top tower. That is first tower for the Jinx. Great setup for Taco Gaming. We're attempting to get that. And Zadox just, again, continuing to counter jungle, steal away as many camps as he can to neutralize and kind of get back in this advantage in terms of farm and experience. Has the level 7 Trickster's level 6, and 3 plates did go into SNDM, but again, Taco Gaming, they understand their win condition. Get this Jinx on Link's Jinx all together in one solid package with a solid enough gold lead to where when Jarvan does press that Cataclysm, when you have a setup for anybody else, it's going to be enough to actually just straight up win team fights. You do have the fear, of course, of DMR actually doing enough damage. When you have something like that Destiny, to be able to use from the Twisted Fate to be able to get to the back line, all of a sudden the Sylas has better access to your Jinx, and you don't like to hear the words access to the Jinx in most contexts. And funny enough, also, if Lulu's on this team instead of the Karma, you lose a bit of the bottom side pressure, but given the amount that you've been roaming, I feel like Lulu actually would have been more valuable in a couple of different situations. First off, for what I'm saying right now, I mean, if you're trying to bring Sylas on top of the Jinx, Lulu's going to be able to peel a fair amount better than a Karma, because Karma throws a shield, has a W, yes, but the polymorph, the shield, the ultimate, everything kind of denies the Sylas from being able to have pure just kind of execution onto what is the Jinx. And also in just skirmishes in general, I feel like Karma's got quite a bit of power, but Lulu's got equal power. And since we haven't seen too much from the bottom lane to be punished with, yes, you might have gotten a bit more gold onto the likes of the Vayne. I'm just speculating here. It doesn't matter too much. You can see the rotation from Doxa and from Trickster to bottom side. They're going to try to get something. Teleport is here ahead of time. They burn that TP and immediately back away. DMR is a very threatening member of this team, up 2 levels over that, up 1 over Doxa, and it is going to deny them anything from this point. You can see Tibbs just taking damage again and again from Cozy Shroud, but it just doesn't matter. He's able to absorb just as much as possible. Bottom side of the map, you can see they're trying to collect plates as well. It's a situation they're trying to set up to get Jinx broken out of lane. DMR, again, he uses the chain, he gets into the face of the Twisted Fate, is able to accomplish quite a bit here. Doxa playing with his range a little bit. DMR is winning that situation handily. Uses the abscond to get away, making sure not to fall victim to Cozy Shroud's teleport. Bottom side, both teams looking for this one. Glaive wants to try to throw a bit of a cog into or wrench into the cog of everything else. A nice Cataclysm, being able to set everything else up. Zadox presses the ultimate. He's able to get an assassination on Trickster. Other side of that fight, Dox is here on his lonesome. Cozy Shroud jumps in, tries to find SNDM. Will not be able to find the damage quite yet. Ratchet over the wall. Does hit him with the Q as he goes by. Cozy Shroud with some forward thinking is going to get traded back by DMR. Now DMR and Tibbs are in a huge position. Thrown the wrong way is the Gragas barrel, however.
ultimate onto Diomar. He's going to look for a little bit more, but Lynx is able to kite backwards, and now losing fight from Glaive Esports, not able to accomplish anything. They're going to try to get onto Tibbs. They're going to be able to find him as well. He's body blocked by Vice, and right there, a situation where Glaive seemed like they could have walked away even standing. Instead, they extend a little too far, lose too many members, and Taco Gaming now win out on a big team fight, and they find themselves with a second dragon inside of this game, as well as now commanding what will likely be 2.5, 3,000 gold lead, all things said and done. A lot of this off the back of Cozy Shroud's Akali looked really good. Zadox, I guess, looks for a little bit more onto Doxa, trying to find something, but understand he's just too high of health. And even crazier, a part of that fight, yes, Lynx was able to put out a good amount of damage, but actually didn't get any kills. It was Doxa and it was Cozy Shroud who did a fair amount of the work inside of that fight that really kind of closed everything off for Taco Gaming. Really unfortunate. Seemed like at the end there that Tibbs and Diomar were going to be able to get a little bit more, but that huge missed combo from Tibbs, missing the direction and just like throwing it into the part way between the mid lane and everything else instead of into the brush. I mean, that was a massive difference maker. You hit that combo, 2-3 members might go down, and Glaive Esports might pull the dragon, pull the entire fight, but unfortunate misplay from Tibbs, just not going to be able to find it. You can see, though, that the team fights get really interesting. There's a lot of longevity to them because of the Akali, the Silas make this really interesting. The disengage, the Gragas barrel, and things like that just throw so many little wrinkles into a lot of this fighting that change the way that everything kind of comes out in the end. So I'm excited to see how this goes further. As well as Zadox, who was able to pick up a kill in that fight, means that the Yumus is completed, starting into the second item that's a legitimate threat onto anyone without armor, which is, of course, the Jinx. The Karma has to be a little bit terrified. Everything else, the Twisted Fate does not have Zonias at all. The Zonia is not completed for Cozy Shroud. All champions that have some potential armor as Diomar finds an ultimate onto Cozy Shroud, goes into the Shroud underneath the tower. They're not going to chase too far. They've left an opening into bottom lane, though. You can see immediately Doxa was paying attention, trying to creep down there. Instead, just going to catch the mid wave. I think they knew that that was going to happen. No teleport available to cover, so that is just a back off from bottom side. Sindelian and Ratchet have to give up their tower. Doxa, without plates, not going to get too much on the mid tower. Diomar is able to sneak back in, but the Jinx being unlocked this early, not really being shut down whatsoever, makes it super easy for Lynx now to be a part of just about any single fight. Damage is there from Diomar. The W gets him healed it. No, the Jinx Rocket's not going to find a kill. Zadox able to help out his mid laner. A huge play. We've seen Dio all game on Doxa, and that was a situation where he was walking in with basically half of his health bar or less, able to turn things completely around with Kingslayer, and even the Rocket, just not enough. Now Tibbs coming in, Trickster's around as well, 4v3, all things said and done. And nobody wants this fight, it looks like. So everybody's just going to back away as fast as possible. An exciting play out of the mid lane. Really exciting in especially credential play here coming out of Diomar. The Silas is a counterpick into the Twisted Fate, but playing the matchup to an absolute T right now. He's just constantly pressuring, making sure the Twisted Fate isn't able to just freely roam around. Trickster on the counter jungle did this a lot yesterday. This time punished. The Cataclysm goes down just to deny a little bit. Ultimate comes in, trade of members. Karma pulls a kill, and on the opposite side, Trickster goes down to Diomar once again in a fight, and nobody willing to take the play afterwards either. So another kill traded onto the Silas in exchange for a kill into the Karma. Probably a worthwhile trade, all things said and done, just because there's no pressure to be put onto the bottom tower. The wave's already there, mid lane's being held, and top lane is being held as well. Turret plates are gone. Turrets are still available for Glaive Prime to take, but it's going to be a bit of time before they can really get anything. It feels like they don't really have the greatest side laner outside of Silas. Silas isn't really famous for pushing or split pushing at any point. And again, the range advantage from this Jinx is making it so hard for Sindelian and Ratchet to find too much. And you can see he is just hunting them down with a bunch of the rockets. And now that's mid tower that's gone as well. Been able to leverage this Jinx in a lot of amazing ways. That was it was the Rift Herald play on top side that led to the first. The bottom side just using that range advantage, constantly pulling damage off of the towers from Lynx on this bottom side, and pushing power into the Vayne Lulu was big enough to be able to generate quite a bit more. And the same thing leveraged in mid lane to just pull 3 full towers. I think Jinx has been a part of all 3 of the tower kills from Taco Gaming, who understand get gold into the Jinx and then just throw yourself into team fights. You don't really need to do much else, and that's going to be sufficient for you to be able to find things. So now it's a question of Glaive, what your response is going to be able to be. Zadox has enough gold to potentially put threat into Lynx in a number of different ways. The Karma Shield might have something to say about that, but Diomar is the exact same, where once Diomar has in some of the safety items, he can respectively get onto Jinx and even leave that situation for another full combo to come out and potentially use game-changing ultimates to be able to change things as well. So
difficulty definitely in the pocket of Glaive. Taco have a much clearer, I think, win condition at this point. The champions are falling a bit behind. Now Board Drinker's done, so Trickster's pretty much not getting a lot more damage. Going to go much more into the tank route. Cozy Shroud's got to step into a bigger role in terms of the damage, but has already spiked past the Hextech Rocket Belt, which means that the damage is going to be there as well. You see some amazing plays out of an Akali who is well versed in what to do with the Rocket Belt and the rest of this hit combo. Doxa getting engaged on, going to be able to CC up that Talon miserably, as Zadox just wants to get a full combo off, cannot quite do it. Cozy Shroud jumps in, just going to poke away. They're both competing for the Dragon Pit, and Glaive desperately want to stop this. They don't want to be forced into a situation where they have to fight for the Soul Point, especially not an Infernal Soul Point, so they want to fight right here, right now. They use Tibbs on the front line to the best of their abilities. They get the Cataclysm from DMR. He's going to find his way onto twice. That's going to be a play into the back line from Cozy Shroud, who gets disrupted by Ratchet's ultimate, and then DMR in the back of the pit. Can he find anything else? He gets a little bit of damage. You find 2 for 2 inside of the pit from DMR, and the combination of damage as well from everybody else, but they're just chasing Cozy Shroud around the backside of the pit. They're not able to get the kill, but the Dragon actually reset. How did they let the Dragon reset? That Dragon was only at 4,000 health. I was thinking maybe they could spike it down, but that whole situation, they had lost Lynx and Gweis to the dive coming out from Zadox and Sindel, or my Zadox and Diomar, all things considered. I'm a little bit baffled right now. That was crazy from Glaive. They find a solid engagement. They get a fantastic dive from the combination of their divers, and they get to walk away from that situation with their hands in the air saying, okay, we won that situation. We denied the Dragon. They can redeploy now, look to go back into the river if they want, because you know Taco Gaming is going right back for that Infernal Soul setup. Do they do it again? Can they do it without their ultimates this time? Dios is already back up. Sindelian doesn't have his on the other side. Nobody's got theirs except for the Destiny. Dios in mid lane trying to get a shove out. Cozy Shroud's going to find him. Dox is here as well. Nice Zonias gets an out of gold card, and the rest of the team is here. He can't find anything else. Oh my goodness, he's going to go down immediately. Diomar's death is going to spell a disaster from Glaive Esports, who aren't able to walk out of a bad situation and get nothing else, and that's just going to be enough. One by one, the members of Glaive falling to Taco Gaming. Cozy Shroud able to find a number of members all up the back of the pick of the mid laner, and now they just get everything. They're going to pull the Dragon. They might even go after the Baron. And as they collect everything else, this was Diomar. He walked up mid lane to get priority. He jumped back in with the Abscond of Duck, trying to find a play onto Doxa, but just gets stunned up. It is too easy. This Twisted Fate a number of times has been threatened by one of these divers, be it the Silas or be it the Talon, and it's just got stopped in place with the gold card, the Everfrost, everything else. And it's making it very difficult to find kills onto Doxa's Twisted Fate as this game has continued. Because of that, now you're seeing a 7,000 gold lead. The third Dragon in the game into the pocket of Taco Gaming. It's going to be very difficult to find anything from Glaive now. They don't have this massive backbone to work with. They don't even have a second item on the majority of their characters. Yes, Zadox is here. He's going to press the ultimate. Can he find anything on a Doxa? He just gets the full combo. Got the auto off as well, so Doxa is going to get shoved out, but Rift Herald's already getting taken. Destiny Gate, they're going to look for it. Q's not going to be able to tag onto the right member. Zadox does find one, but they're going to get out with Lynx on the other side. He's already excited. Tibbs is going to tank the brunt of the damage, gets stuck into Cataclysm. Ultimate's going to knock Trickster just barely away. Sindelian look for a little bit more damage, but excited is Lynx. He's going to be able to continue to drop rockets into the remainder of the team, and it's just not going to be anything. Sindelian's too far up. He's not going to be able to get out of the situation. Now the chase on the backside, it just doesn't matter. Everybody here for Taco Gaming is able to work their way forward. One by one, the members of Glaive fall yet again. And that's another massive team fight. This one almost certainly spells the Baron here for the side of Taco Gaming. They've got their jungler. They've got their incredible ADC who's got 6 kills. Lynx isn't even on a crazy item yet. You've got the Gale Force. You've got the rapid fire cannon, but as soon as the Infinity Edge is done, all of a sudden these fights are just looking completely dangerous, and Lynx probably has the gold for nearly some of those components. Zadox has to make a miracle play. Cozy Shroud's already in the face of this jungler, but he jumps in far too early, tries to go for an assassination onto Lynx. It's just not going to happen as Glaive Esports, everything collapsed all at once. They look for the team fights. They aren't able to get it. They can't contest the Dragon, and it's going to prevent them from being able to step back into this game. Now down 10,000 gold. The Baron buff is going to get taken by Taco Gaming, who are looking to just waltz their way into the end of the game now. Combination of this superior team fighting, a lot of longevity to these fights, and their ability to just track down individual members. And Glaive, whether it's overreaching, lack of communication, not sure what it is, but something has just kind of driven them out of the driver's seat of what's happening in some of these fights, just off the back of combination of Diomar getting caught in some situations, and that situation it was Zadox and Dio looking for another pick. Maybe it's a little bit of them just trying to figure out what to do. Do they look for individual members to try to pick off? Maybe that's how they feel is the only way to continue to play this game. It is a difficult composition they've drafted themselves, haven't done themselves any favors in that regard. And now on the tanking end of everything, Glaive Esports looking to try to get themselves back into a position where they can contest with Taco Gaming. Feels like this one down 10,000 gold is going to be really difficult to get anything. They find a play onto Zadox. That's the last person you want to find a Cataclysm onto. SNDM on the side gets a bit of damage into Cozy Shroud. Tibbs is the front line though, and he goes down almost immediately. There is no damage. Cozy Shroud goes down to SNDM. Okay, Zadox gets hunted down, but Lynx is in the fight. There is nobody that can contest Lynx at this point. Now Dio, the only one remaining. He is in the side lane right now, taking the tower on his lonesome. Rift Herald's also going to get dropped. This is Shirley. Can we see Shirley end this game with the remainder of the team? Because they are going for it right here and right now. Taco Gaming have the Baron buff. They've got the Rift Herald in their back pocket, and it is only the Silas remaining. He's not even going to leave. He knows the game is over. Taco Gaming are going to take the win over top of Glaive Esports. Everything was close until it wasn't, and we are going to get Dancing Shirley. I think this is the second time in a solo cast I've gotten this, and I've never gotten it in another situation. No caster here to be excited with me, but we get a little bit of the Dancing Rift Herald just at the end of the game. 22 minutes, incredible from Taco Gaming. They set themselves up for a really solid situation where their team fight is really electrifying, and a lot of comfort champions and the likes the Akali and everything else that came about. So props to them. Gave themselves a fantastic draft to work with. It was difficult from Glaive to find a bunch of really kind of heavy interaction once a certain point was hit, and especially that bottom side control was humongous. The Vayne and the Lulu was a champion setup that actually was going to work well in their favor when it came to handling divers. But when it came to handling the early game and handling the range advantage of the Jinx, of the Karma, it wasn't there. Sets up this massive tracking, stagging combo, and it just allows for kind of everything to fall to pieces. Dominoes on the map, one by one. Top tower, bottom tower, mid tower as the Jinx just continued to power up, and there was no one that could really find that threat. So Taco Gaming, congratulations. They had to 2-1. One game out now from actually being able to qualify for the main event, and Glaive Esports falls to 1-2. Now they are only one game loss away from being kicked out of the tournament, which would be a horrible situation because this game was a lot closer than it looked on paper prior to that big fight around the dragon and in the catch in the mid lane that led to a 5-man wipe, unfortunately. That's going to be it for us right now. We have plenty of games that are going on. This was a pretty quick one, so expect at least 10 to 15 minutes before we really get things sorted out. Hopefully Ravish will be back in time for game number 2 as well, and when that comes around, we'll update this as fast as possible. Make sure to hit that Twitter link that I had posted just a bit ago to watch a bunch of the other open qualifiers that are happening right now, see which teams are going to be in and throughout, see which teams are going to be locked, especially those teams that are currently at 2-0 and heading in. And a little bit later on, maybe half an hour, something along those lines, we're going to have an opponent for Glaive Esports, and we're going to be into game number 4 here in the open qualifiers hosted by UEA. And here on Glaive Esports, you're going to get plenty of their action as they continue to drive towards trying to qualify for the first event. We'll be right back. You're rocking like a Jhin, a Karthus, a Seraphine, sometimes getting backline could be problematic.
Wretched is dead, but he delays for long enough. So to get one more kill out, there we go. The Vex now in. Diomar doing a stupid amount of damage. Will go on to get more. The Vex resets come in, and he just late. This setup running around Dragon Gate again. It's only second Dragon of the game. I don't know why they want to necessarily fight for the go is super duper deep accurate all the way in a 5-man field with the cans to capitalize off of it. Vex as well putting a lot of damage. We see the front and back as well. Ivana already gone on the other side. Combo point to be taken now. But there you go. DMR goes a super duper deep. Gets one. Oh, a beautiful play by my bud. And to at least save the dragon, put that in their favor. But now Vex wants to go in, lands one reset. There's the fear. He'll try to get more. Yep, there we go. And there's the second. One more fear. All of Winthrop are running away, scared, willy-nilly with their tail tucked behind their legs. Jason's hammer.
And that means that it's going to be easy enough for a setup for Winthrop to be able to do. Now that they've been spotted, I feel like they need to pull out of this situation because Madbot has already taken the back. They know that the timer's going to be there.
We get one more. The fight is actually quite nice, but it's actually all of a sudden just a little bit too far. But they lose both junglers and the mid lane combo point is gone. But that reckoning, but I cannot follow up. We were mentioned before, is that engage not being there. Oh, but there's engage from Zadox to see how low they are. But takes the damage from Caitlyn. But we're not looking, pushes all the backslide. Jim looking for a way and finds a reset though, but he really stopped much put up by him. And now one more going down. They actually just focused in onto my butt. Cause see how far.
Crowd's gonna find him. Dox is here as well. Nice Zonias gets an out of gold card, and the rest of the team is here. He can't find anything else. Oh my goodness, he's gonna go down immediately. Diomar's death is going to spell a disaster from Glaive Esports, who aren't able to walk out of a bad situation and get nothing else, and that's just going to be enough
one by one. The members find one, but they're going to get out with Lynx on the other side. Is already excited. Tibbs is going to take the front of the damage. Gets stuck into Cataclysm. Ultimate's going to knock Trickster just barely away. Sindillion look for a little bit more damage, but excited is Lynx. He's going to be able to continue to drop rockets to the remainder of the team, and it's just not going to be anything. Sindillion's too far up. Is not going to be able to get out of the situation. Now the chase on the backside, it just doesn't matter. On 10,000 gold, is going to be really difficult to get anything. They find a play onto Zadox. That's the last person you want to find a Cataclysm on. Sindillion on the side gets a bit of damage into Cozy Shroud. Tibbs is the front line though, and he goes down almost immediately. There is no damage. Cozy Shroud goes down to Sindillion. Okay, Zadox gets hunted down, but Lynx is in the fight. There is nobody that can contest Lynx at this point. Now Dio, the only one remaining, he is in the side lane right now, taking your
Hey, hi, how you doing? Welcome back to the stream. On more Glaive Esports action for League of Legends. I am, I don't know why Dean, you're laughing. I'm Ravish. I'm joined here, but yet again, by Dean Rebel Fox Merrick. Dean, you seem to find my face funny. What's going on with you?
You're far too humble, my man. Ladies and gentlemen, this is
The professional LFL English caster, Ravish and Ravish.
who's doing his best to join me here today. Game number one, of course, was a solo cast, and we got to witness as Glaive Esports unfortunately fell to their opponents in Taco Gaming. And now they are only one game from falling out of the tournament. So we're here in the support of Glaive Esports, who now they face Dark Matter, an ex-sister team of Supernova, who have fallen themselves into the same position. So the loser of this series is completely out of the main event, Ravish.
That is there's a lot of things on the line here currently, and of course, if you were able to make it past this game, I believe for Glaive Esports especially, they do need one more win to qualify into the main tournament. So if they're able to do so, as Dean takes a sip from his invisible cup, we'll be able to see what fate lies in their hands. But right now, for Glaive, like Tom Kench's new passive, it is do or die.
Yes, both these teams now they have to win out for the remainder of the tournament, which means that they have to win this series and then they have to win their final series, final game of the entire tournament in order to actually make it into main event, where they can start scoring the big points, trying to make sure they hit that top 10 and get into a position where they can make it into proving grounds. The alternative to this is if you have to wait for the next open qualifier just to try to get in, not only are you on a back foot because you didn't make it into the first one, but you got to think, what restructuring can you do with your team in only a couple weeks time? There isn't really all that much additional time to grow your team to any recognizable level to get them ready and on kind of stuff to be able to actually make it in anywhere significant. So it's a really big thing to make it into this tournament and to be able to compete at least in that top 16 for this tournament, because it gives you enough points to be able to work with so that next tournament you can try to do the exact same thing. You have time to restructure, right? There's almost no way you could take a couple of weeks and turn into a top 4 team to get enough points for the next qualifier to make it into the top 10. If you make it into this top scene, you don't have to do something like that. You can make it into top 8. You can try to get some more points from the next tournament. It becomes a lot more rough of a prospect if you miss out. So this game, super important for both sides.
It literally is all on the line for them right now as they look to get a draft here in just a little bit. But like you were mentioning here, Ding, I am personally excited to see as to what Glaive can break out here today. Right now, we've been watching Glaive almost every single day, that being just for the past 24 hours, and we've seen a lot from them. As things have boiled over forward, we know their boss is absolutely fantastic, and we've also seen some very surprise performances and interesting outcomes, especially at this 100 Thieves yesterday as well. So we'll see how they fare up against Dark Matter as we head into the draft with both Akshan, Set Lu taking away for Glaive naturally. So on the other end, Poppy and Hecarim taken out for Dark Matter.
Yeah, some interesting kind of target bans actually being thrown in both directions here. Notice no Caitlyn ban though. And okay, also no Ornn ban, which is a little bit crazy. I was hoping that the Caitlyn was actually going to come through. I guess I forgot that also because this is the secondary draft, the one that's happening in clients. This is actually picked, gone by gone. So we've missed no Lee Sin ban onto Zadox, no Caitlyn ban. So actually, yes, the bans are in the correct order, but we haven't seen the picks in the correct order. So I'm waiting for the Caitlyn because it's inevitably going to come in for Sindillion almost certainly when the time actually shows up. Let's see if I was right. Hey, there we go. that's the pick order. That's what we like to see here, folks. Anyhow, I think pretty important for a number of different reasons. You can see already Glaive has gotten some really comfort champions. They get Caitlyn, but they also get Victor, super powerful. Lee Sin for Zadox is both comfortable and powerful champion. And then Tibbs has been known to now kind of do this strategy for trying to sandbag the laning phase, has done a decent job of it over the last 3 games, and is now on perhaps the best champion to do that with in the Ornn.
And consider, like you were mentioning, they did pick up the Caitlyn too, so that means that there's going to be no Twitch played either, as we see with all of the picks so far. I know how you were exclaiming. I just know that is not going to happen necessarily, but right now, as you go through all the picks, right, I think Gwen into Ornn is actually quite nice for the Gwen personally, especially with their overall AP scaling, and of course, Daddy Zaddy has to get to Lee Sin to make as many plays as possible. The Aurelia into Victor matchup though is one thing that I'm really paying attention to, because if Dark Matter is able to pop off for this pick, then suddenly they've managed to funnel a lot of their gold in their solo carry and Of course, with the Ziggs on their end, they always have the auto win con condition. I like to say with the Ziggs on your team, you're never truly out of the game. The longer it goes, the better you absolutely feel. Dark Matter right now, I'm actually quite for the composition, considering they have a lot of AP damage to the team across the board. Solid engage with Leona, even just the Aurelia too. And if their solo lanes win out, their team will be unstoppable.
They've got a team fighting composition also that actually fits pretty well together. You've got a bunch of AoE and the ability to throw both a Gwen and Aurelia into the same fight. If they've got the similar angle, they actually work really similarly to one another. Combine that with Leona, who's got to do a fair amount to the CC. You've got good AoE to work with across the entirety of the team of Glaive. So there's that to pay attention to. That if these ultimates start to come together, especially getting resets for the Viego, things for Dark Matter look good. And they've put a bunch of the carry potential into both. I think Hanjay is the big one here, where we're trying to shut out Victor and we're trying to get this Aurelia into a very positive place to be kind of that initial engagement after the Leona throws the CC into the mix. And then, Yao Yi has more space to work with. Viego can start everything else off. And on the other side, they've got an absurd siege composition. It is really difficult to break if this team gets ahead, because you've got Caitlyn Morgana, difficult enough to try to siege into. And then you've got Victor, wave clears there for days, range is there for days. Ornn can start a fight from a mile away. And so this composition has to be very willing to take an engagement the second they see an opportunity. Because if you stall for even a second and let this Caitlyn entrench, you let this Ornn get a setup on a big ultimate, you're just not going to be able to get anything in return.
But if we're talking about sieges here, Dinka, we definitely cannot discount the power of the Aurelia, and even just within the side lane too, alongside the Ziggs as well, right? With his ability to be able to execute on towers. So if allowed to, I think they can definitely match the overall power in both side lanes, but necessarily. But so I think what it'll come down to is who might take the early leads. And I know you mentioned before that Dark Matter does not like to necessarily skirmish a ton early. They play a lot more around objectives, and consider the composition that they have, I imagine to see a much tamer early game. And if we're looking at it, Glaive, I think, is actually pretty okay with that. Because if they have time to let both Victor and Caitlyn scale up, and once she gets past her 2.5 item arc trough, then suddenly Glaive are raring to go at every which way in opportunity.
It's a position where I feel like Dark Matter's solo lanes almost have to generate their own advantage during the course of this game. Just because, first off, they've got a Viego who's going to be focusing a little bit more on farming, a little bit less on trying to gank, especially because the setup from what is Gwen is essentially just the ultimate, and the setup from Aurelia is, of course, the E, the ultimate are both good setups, but in a low-range environment with a Victor that can control a ton of space with that W, it becomes difficult for the Aurelia to really get a perfect setup out for the Viego. Vice versa is probably a little bit easier in this particular case. So I think focus from both sides actually ends up in bottom side. I think Glaive is okay leaving Victor and Ornn alone in their laning phases against their respective lane opponents, and I feel like Zadox just wants to attack for this Caitlyn. And on the other side, the same thing happens. Like you said, the execution on towers from Ziggs is the one ability that can actually match and perhaps outpace a Caitlyn's ability to take towers. So if you start moving Syndillion around the map ahead of time and you start taking towers, this game looks very hard for Dark Matter. But if the opposite is also very true. If Ziggs is ahead and starts really popping off over the course of this, starts sieging down, breaking down some of those exterior structures, the exact opposite is true. We're going to see a fair amount of fighting, I assume, from both teams around objectives, especially Dark Matter. They've got a team set up for a 5-on-5 if they get the right angle of approach. So I feel like Glaive, they just want to take things slow. They want to attack for Syndillion and let themselves kind of grow into this game.
And so if we're looking at the first 10 minutes of the game, that will really depict as to what we do manage to eventually bring out and how the game might go. Like you're mentioning, both these teams want to take their times, just relax a little bit, go back on their launcher, and then just farm things away. But I can't imagine that Glaive wants to simply let time pass them by. Because as you get into this game, we mentioned before, we'll say yet again, this is it, folks. For both of these teams, it is do or die. If they win this, they can play one more, and they manage to finally qualify. If they do not, out. They're donezo. Sayonara. See you later. So a lot on the line. Your teams have to be a little bit nervous, but very, very excited and are ready to go.
It's a fair amount of power that's been given over to Glaive, I feel like, in exchange for comfort on the side of Dark Matter. Dark Matter, I mean, like I said, they've had competitive experience in the past. Some of them have come from the collegiate scene. Hanjay, somebody we have a bunch of faith in as being somebody that might be able to step up in the mid lane. And this is their opportunity to show it. Glaive is a team that last split actually had quite a bit of experience, had been coming out from a similar situation where basically nothing had come about. And now we have, themselves stepping back into a position where, okay, Dark Matter wants to be the team that surprises. Dark Matter wants to be the team that works their way into some of these tournaments. So Glaive, if they really want to put their foot down and prove, hey, we are a top 16, we are somebody that can compete for one of those proving ground spots, this is the perfect team to try to enforce your will against if you can do it.
And that's the most interesting part with a lot of these teams that are not coming into the tournament. Considering, of course, we do call it proving grounds for a reason, right, Dean? But past all that point and just the overall niceties of it, we've seen a fair amount of rosters that have kind of erupted into the scene after what seemed like a very tumultuous offseason, that aren't necessarily affiliated with any particular org. So I've seen teams like this, that they are able to prove their standings, one might say, prove themselves and rise to the top, then this is what this tournament is all about. So we'll see. So you head into game one finally.
I'm taking a look to see if there's anything crazy interesting. I'm noticing a superior lack of lethal tempo and a lot of Conqueror coming out of Dark Matter. At the beginning of this season, I think we would have seen basically 3 lethal tempos out of these champions. But Conqueror might be something that they've settled towards. I feel like it's actually better on specifically Aurelia. The attack speed's helpful and the attack range is really, really useful. And not to mention, I think it's really hard to get a full engagement off onto Victor in the first place. Not to say that lethal tempo is helpful for that, but more so just that, like, if you're playing for a big fight where you're planning to play for longevity, I feel like eventually lethal tempo is just going to end up being better maximization of damage. But that's just my opinion on the matter. Anjay thinks differently. He's got the Ignite. He wants to go for a kill lane into a Victor, and they need to shut down this Victor very, very heavily.
Dude, proccing Conquer and getting heals back is OP. What do you mean?
Ooh.
You definitely want to do that? Okay, pops the bone plane right away, but loses out of the trade, and that Q cooldown is very long at level 1, especially with no reset too. So already, Diomar winning the moral victory is all right. They do spot them out of the blue at least. It's both bot laners going to be late towards their lane, but now Zadox has a lot of information as to what his enemy jungler wants to do and can potentially play around pathing to his bot side.
It's really interesting that Ratchet and Sandillion, they choose to play for this level 1 where, Ziggs probably has to go Q most of the time, and the Leona doesn't really have a great opportunity to play for something super aggressive with the Viego and a Ziggs behind it, because neither one of them are a particularly good ranged damage dealer. And so they play off that little bit of psychology right there, and they go in onto One just to make sure they can put some threat into the blue buff, which I think is actually a really interesting decision. You see Boil the Oil also hit level 2, got a little bit of trade back from Tibbs just because the wave wasn't there. Diomar bullying Hanjay a little bit in this lane, already down a little bit in terms of like the health pool. Just trying to get towards the level 3 and into the position where like the all-in is at least threatenable, especially with the W to deny. Keeping an eye on both junglers as well. The top side is being cleared from Zadox. He's just now getting past the wolves. Actually stepping in maybe to go for the red buff. I don't think he catches that before One finishes it. Ooh, actually just wrapped into the Aurelia.
That's actually quite interesting considering he's a little bit pushed up for that, but forces up the flash right away to no minis nearby for him to try to get away. And that was a very smartly played gank, from Zadox too. So with his Hanji already in disadvantageous position in the mid lane, now has to play even safer too. He is going to be definitely down a lot more in XP and is waiting for the waves to push into him, but Yumar right now is having a field day.
They're feeling fine on the Victor. No threat from the Aurelia. The Ignite's not going to mean too much. The Flash being down also takes a fair amount of the kill threat away in general. And also, it's harder to set up some kind of aggressive play with double melee into the Victor pick. Again, that W is already so detrimental. And with no Flash to set up an E or something like that, I feel like One might have some problems. And especially now, Zadox is here. They're setting this up. W is going to deny so much. And Zadox is here. They just have to walk away from this situation. No shutdown onto the Lee Sin. They get to walk around and do anything that they please for the most part. It's defensive Diomar. It's a nice little play that Glaive has made. They've seen that the bullying was there a couple of times. They know that Hanjay is pretty important to Dark Matter, so they're just not giving up anything. This Victor is going to be allowed to breathe.
A couple more seconds though, but he has to start under the tower. There you go, perfect do it. Not gonna land, but Ratchet there for the support as well. There we go, lands a stun under tower. There's the Q, resonating strike right under there, but the tower should be able to finish him off. And Alver, mine, gets off with a safeguard. That's 2 for Glaive.
And that's what we're waiting on. Okay, Bellows in a really rough position. The black shield might be enough.
Goes in against 3 people trying to do God knows what, and gives away a kill.
Yeah, hovering that situation, I'm a little curious. I think just trying to find a solo bolo against the opposing support in Ratchet there, who had wrapped around the tower and was really deep in enemy territory. But the Black Shield denies both the damage that comes out, a little bit of it from the Leona, because in the earlier stages, that magic damage from the W and the abilities does make quite a bit of a difference. And the Ignite, not enough. And you just walk into 2 more members. So now you've given, unfortunately, Zaddy's Lee Sin is going to be up and going as fast as possible. Didn't get to see that in either of the 2 previous games. Now we're going to get the full brunt of what a Lee Sin can look like when it's got some of the gold in the earlier stages. This is an exciting prospect, looking a lot better for Glaive here.
And remember, Dark Matter 2 are a team that want to play a lot more on objectives. They want to be much more macro heavy with the way they move around just the entire map. And now this early game gets a lot harder for this, especially with Hanjay, who, if he even steps on a laser, that's near a quarter of his health is taken off, and he just gets bullied back under tower consistently. And up against Victor Matchup with not enough of attack range, kind of like you were mentioning, from the lethal tempo, dude, if he goes and Qs in, doesn't actually have reset on him, he dies.
It's even worse because now red buff is applied, so that means that like slows are there from a number of different sources from DMR, and also you can see the E has already been upgraded. The kills and the assists have given enough Victor dollars to be able to actually upgrade the laser, which is better trading and better wave control in the mid lane. That's
yet again, Zadox finds him another time right under the tower. Now Bello and Onehan. I try to walk away. One more. He goes for it. He does not get 4 hop out, but at least Onehan will take one away. Gets a shutdown.
Yeah, this is why he actually got the nickname Zaddy in the first place, is because he walks around smacking kids, because it's just in his nature to just, he hits a Lee Sin Q, and it's not even Lee Syndrome. He just always walks out with a Q most of the time when he's the one kind of instigating the entire fight, and right there you got to see it on full display. The Viego versus Victor combination. Diomar, I think, bit off a little more than he could chew. Yeah, one Han able to just auto attack him down to death. Doesn't quite have the damage on the Victor, wasn't able to get it back after all of that, so gonna sacrifice a bit back over to one Han on this Viego. Has picked up 2 kills now, looking to be perhaps the one fighting force for Dark Matter in this game.
Yeah, we were mentioning how the Viego wasn't looked to farm a lot more earlier on, right? And especially, he's a very snowball heavy champion. He could potentially come in if the team does get low enough to, with the burst of Yayi and Hanji, to just to make it reset city. But for now, I'm sure it's going to be farming as much as possible as Dragon looks to be taken. The side of Glaive potentially. They do have a lot of vision set up there. The bot lane has already moved, but instead to try to deny camps away from Onehan first.
I like this a lot from Glaive because they're also recognizing that this Leona is level 3. This is a level 6 Caitlyn, a level 4 Morgana. Their Morgana isn't particularly well farmed either in terms of experience, but Bello being level 3, yes, you've got all of your abilities, but you are superbly weak. Zadox is level 6. They've got more than enough. Black Shield's going to get him out. They almost get 2 full camps. It's kind of insane. Nice Q and a touch on the ult.
No way, dude. Iona is not calling anybody today, sadly, with that ult missing as we go to top side, but currently the flash out force from Yayi stay safe, so no route to be had, but Yayi should be stuck under that. Yep. Inside the field, the kick out, and he's gone and donezo. Another one fit over to Diomar.
Yeah, easy enough now. The early game has all been predicated around this mid lane and making sure that the Victor's been around, and now they can start clustering. They've actually been using a lot of the pushing power that the combination of Caitlyn Morgana has provided into attacking this bottom side jungle, denying things from this Viego, but also just making sure they can put their pieces together. They've got a solid enough team composition. They've got a good amount of pick to work with, and it's been relatively easy. Tibbs forced to flash. The Ghost had already been burnt. Nice ultimate has come through. Tibbs from point blank has to get him.
Yeah, it's does use a brittle stack to try to trade evenly, but this is why this is such a rough matchup for the Ornn into this Gwen, right? You can't just do much at all as the Omar looks to be aggressed upon. Alex is there for the support. If they find one or more in the field, will deny any more engagement as the 3 stack of Dark Matter unfortunately cannot capitalize after burning that many sums.
Yeah, you can see with all the play that's been on bottom side, it's been Tibbs versus Boil the Oil kind of on their own lonesome on the top side of the map. And unfortunately, I think Tibbs actually caught a bad back timer right there, where Boil the Oil got the TP into lane and got the ghost off, and he wasn't expecting a full-on engage or wasn't expecting to get killed at a full-on engage. But because he went for the healing denial with the Bramble Vest rather than going for anything else, also knowing that the Viego and the Aurelia are both going to be sustained monsters eventually, thinking that was going to be valuable. No magic resist means that Boil the Oil is doing enough damage with that one blasting one to bring down Tibbs in the top side. So again, it seems as though the Gwen and Viego are the two members now. You can maybe start playing a bit for that win condition, but you have done nothing to shut down Victor, who's already on crown, and you've got a Caitlyn who's completely untouched in the earlier phases. They could start breaking the bottom tower, start kind of interfering with everything, especially before Oil and Han get into the game. All of a sudden, Caitlyn takes top tower, takes mid tower, and now you don't really have great places for either of these two members to be to get them further ahead.
Yeah, because then from their dark matter, Glaive are then able to just capitalize on a lot more on these early objectives and then push their lead much further, which is exactly what they're doing as they now congregate around the Rift Herald. That should be theirs pretty easily, and I hope they actually do put this top side, mainly because if they're able to do so, they give just a little bit more tank stats, at least towards the Ornn, who is struggling in this lane. He gets a little bit more AP resistance, right? And even manages to passively just stack his Pomo Winter even more so. And now with the solid front line, Glaive solidifies more of the winning conditions and makes it so that Boil the Whale and Onehan can't just run down their entire team.
I think they're in a position where those are their two options. The two options being, of course, Tibbs gets it so that they can get some more stats into Tibbs to make sure that they've got a side wave that they can work with and to shut out a little bit of the play from Boil the Oil if they can keep him in that longer lane. The alternative is to put it into Syndillion just to make sure that they can get this Caitlyn going, because right now, again, Syndillion hasn't been accelerated, has not been shut down, which is a good place to be as the Caitlyn. But again, this mid lane or this mid game dip on like 1.5, 2 items is going to be far more impressive for Ziggs with the AoE and things inside of fights. And it looks like they agree with me. They're going to have Zadox go to bot lane. They're going to drop the Rift Herald. They're going to prior pressure this down. They need to get 1 plate off of it because 2 plates will get knocked off. Oh, actually, they need 1.5 plates. Syndillion will easily knock off the second plate here, but it's about the 3rd plate, 4th plate. I think they should be okay.
He's a little bit far forward too, but you see just right at the beginning, Bello does miss the initial engagement. They're managed to land one, but we see Hanji fight against Diomar. He has almost no mana on here too. The auto attack is not helping out at all, and Caitlyn picks it up for free with the ultimate as the fight goes on bot side. Onehan gone and Dunzo. Just Bello left to fight up against Ratchet, Syndillion, and Zadox. And Zaddy wants that kill. One more, it's a double, give the triple. They'll deny that sadly, but they want to accelerate the Caitlyn even more.
They get absolutely nothing in exchange on the side of Dark Matter. They lose the mid lane engagement, and funny enough, I think Syndillion's ultimate going off and snagging that kill was what prompted Dark Matter to go for an engagement. You can kind of see it in that bottom side. And yes, they get a little bit, but unfortunately, like you said, Onehan goes a little too far. Bello can't follow up easily. The Leona's not able to get enough of the combo off, not level 6 yet. What a Q also from Ratchet in the midst of everything. Didn't even realize that had come through, but props to him finding that one onto the Ziggs, because that allowed for what was Zadox to go on to the Leona and then turn and pull 2 more kills. Glaive's had a couple of rough games in a row. They were really close in the last one before a fight kind of went awry. This is the kind of upstep that they need. Dark Matter, unfortunately, floundering a little bit right now, struggling to breathe underwater, looking for anything to get themselves back into the game. But I feel like their Aurelia's been put too far behind. Maybe their Gwen is a little bit of reprieve, but at this point, it's Gwen versus the world.
Yeah, Gwen right now would have to potentially at least get 2 or 3 more kills into her solo being to at least get up to 2 an item, so that perhaps she can get a really nice flank off too and try to attack the Caitlyn again or the Morgana if anything. But that's the most they can do right now. That's where they're putting a lot of the other eggs in the basket. So Boil the Oil is really gonna have to focus on positioning, because like you mentioned, is one of the main positive points left on Dark Matter as well. But with a little bit MR against Tibbs, I was saying that if he does get the tower or even just gets the farm a little bit more, he can just deny everything that Gwen wants to do. And once that Gwen W is out, all the CC on Glaive will ultimately deny all of that. And look at that, Gwen W now out though, but she's immune, and Onehan there for the support. Now can comes the reverse tower dive maybe, but no, the wave is coming in. They should be able to do this.
the wave isn't quite there. That's a problem, and no one was on that side of the tower to be able to push it. And they lose Dragon on the other side. And the worst part is they can actually climb the river immediately because Sindelian and Ratchet have mid play or mid control, and so that play has to be called off. That's Tibbs, who I think actually caught Boil the Oil a little bit ahead of time, because if they could have made this entire play work, if they're able to have the dive onto him, they find that kill. Rift Herald would eventually spawn back, and they might have enough control on top side once that tower's down to get it. But instead, they give a long lane to Diomar to work with up against a losing Aurelia. Great position to be in. And their Caitlyn Morgana, the double wave clear and the double range gets everything. And now even Tibbs is getting a solo bolo against the side of Boil the Oil.
Yes, sir. One more gun and done. So there we go. Just another auto attack. Does it? Those brittle stacks you have to be careful of. They do extra damage on you. People don't realize that. If you remember, that's one of the big reasons why Ornn was the man who could do it all. He was an assassin. He was a bruiser. He was a tank, and he was also my friend. He is now no longer one of those things.
Which one of those things?
He's not an assassin anymore.
Oh, that's what I figured. Okay, yeah. Not quite as easily, yeah. Well, you saw early in the game how struggle bus it was for him to really find a bunch of easy trading into Boil the Oil in the wrong situation. You just get slowed, you end up taking too much damage, but now you have the completed Frostfire, you've got one extra, like, little bit of magic resist you're looking for, the mana's all together. You're feeling fine in this position is Tibbs, and this was the one place where maybe, you know, things could have been shifted from Dark Matter, but they missed that boat as well. Now Diomar and Zadok, they're just diving under mid tower, they don't even care.
Bro, if actually my man did not have that satchel charge, he would actually be stuck with the binding, and he would have definitely been dead to Zadok's. But okay, there we go. They do land the ultimate on Aurelia, but he reverses Zax goes in instead and kicks them out of it, and suddenly all Dark Matter has to scatter. Dude, what was that?
That's kind of awesome. If Diomar had actually held the ultimate and had that readily available, that kick might have been filthy. It might have been a 4-man wipe off the back of just a fantastic Dragon Rage from Zadox as they were trying to find an engagement. Found a decent Aurelia ultimate during the course of that, but it just didn't matter. Zadox always positions well so that his Dragon kicks are going to be meaningful. And right there, a perfect example of it. Didn't even need to engage. Very patient on the queue before diving underneath the tower when 4 members were closing in, and uses that kick instead of going for a kill underneath the tower to disengage for his team. And now they got mid tower off the back of Caitlyn showing up. You know, Onehan looking for a little bit more underneath the Raptor pit around this Infernal or around this Drake pit, but they're just going to scare him off. And now that just opens up top lane. Victor's just going to be able to stand in the face of Boil the Oil for the most part. And it's going to be too easy. Look at that, quarter of the health bar gone. Not going to worry. W's already down. You just keep poking away.
I mean, at least as long as he does have Ripmaker, he should be fine to heal up like a little bit. But yeah, like with this, all the control now suddenly is given over to DMR to, along with the blue buff as well. Bello and Boil the Oil, they could, if they team up together, possibly take him down. But the issue is, ultimate is still up from DMR, so this can turn very wary. They go in, they don't know that Zadox is now coming up along with the Caitlyn, but he's a little bit too fast and decide to focus their attention on the repair instead.
Yeah, they end up giving up. They grab the kill, they grab the shutdown onto Diomar in exchange for the Rift Herald. The play here is just, okay, let's grab immediate gold, let's put it onto Onehan to make sure that the Viego's got a little bit more. Again, they have some tools to work with. This Viego and this Gwen combination is actually still meaningful inside of a fight. And again, eventually with Leandries, with a bit of penetration, Yayi is going to be a place where like Q's ultimates are going to do enough damage. You know, Aurelia still is a ways out from actually having a bunch of meaning. But Dark Matter has something to fight with around neutral objectives if necessary, right? And now, I mean, in a minute, you're going to have to worry about what will be the dragon after this tower gets taken. Boil the Oil hopefully backs and gets close to a second item, completed boots, that kind of thing, especially with catch-up gold that's already been on the map. But it is looking rough for them. They're just taking what they can get before they have to make decisions about, you know, are we contesting this dragon? Are we going to wait for the 4th dragon? Are we going to wait for Baron to come up? Like, these all seem like rough positions for Dark Matter to be in without having a bunch of control on this map. This wasn't how the composition was really designed to be played, so they're kind of taking stock of everything that they need to at the moment.
Ketchup gold, I want mustard. Moving past all that, like you're saying that that Tibbs actually that's run away from the potential.
How long have you had that joke prepared? I just need to know, like when you heard that ketchup gold was coming into the game, where you just like mustard gold ran it down and you just had it in your back pocket.
I actually just came up with that because not many people call it ketchup gold, right? They just call it bounties. You call it ketchup gold, and I'm like, mustard. But there's a knockup as well. The Nehan to the crit pops the Immortal Shield, so he has to run out. But past all that, all the shielding gone. If we didn't have that, you'd be dead and done. So, but to use that pressure to crack open the mid-tier 2, another 5v5 can come in. There is solar flare. Bellas goes on the back end of it. So the Vanguard's edge knocked down to 2. But Diomar's already gone. Hanji's gone as well. Trade the mid laners. Look at on the back end. The Yayi still alive, but he has to try to run away because all the damage it's still coming from SNDM. His Caitlyn is cracked. He's managed to take 2 more.
They got Sindelian through this kind of rough powder part. Now you're on Gale Force, you're on Phantom Edge, and from this point, the Caitlyn just becomes an absolute monster. So Sindelian has walked out of this game completely free of charge. I feel like every team has done this. No one has tried to attack Sindelian in the bottom side with Ratchet around. Instead, they've really focused on attacking Diomar. They've focused on attacking Zedox, which has been a strategy that's worked. But Sindelian is good enough to carry games. Like if you're not very careful with the way that this player is able to kind of take things over, he showed what happened in the first game when he was actually working on the same champion with the Caitlyn. You can't keep giving it over. So hopefully, next round when the time comes, somebody's going to put some more attention because Sindelian is just absolutely willing to take free farm and free kills for the entire first 20 minutes of the game. You can see the damage that it causes to the other team.
Sindelian's played Caitlyn, I believe, like 3 times in the past 4 games, I want to say. So, and just the fact that it has not been bad away from them is surprising to me, but honestly, works out well in their favor, considering, like you were mentioning, how much is he able to do with it. The question has to be now is, where does a backline access come in from Dark Matter? I was talking about before, Boyle the Will being able to potentially come in for a flank and shut that down, but he's been a little bit preoccupied trying to at least get a little bit more farm in his favor, and perhaps push a sideways because he wants to get a second item. At least once he does that, Gwen does become decently strong and more of a threat of a split pusher, but once you have Diomar with you and Zedox just bearing you no matter where you are, Tips cannot stand up against this Gwen as well. So suddenly, Dark Matter seems to be thinking, all right, so what are we actually going to do from here?
They control terrain incredibly well. That makes it super difficult for Aurelia or Gwen to really accomplish that much, right? You think about trap lines, you think about Morgana, you think about the gravity well coming out from the Victor, and it's like, okay, they can cut off basically 2 full angles. If you can attack them from 4 sides, they can take away 2 of those sides completely, and the Ornn can take away another by just throwing the ultimate. So you've got one direction to fight from. That's not what you want. You don't want a siege composition that can fight in one direction all the time. That's not an ideal place to be. You actually saw that in the previous fight where, yes, they got onto Diomar, but the problem is they walked right through a gravity well, they walked right through a trap line, and they lost 2 of their main damage dealers in the process. Like, it just can't happen. They got to get more creative with how they can get one Han, Boil the Oil, and Hanjay in different places at the same time. Feels like they almost need 2 separate flank angles to try to surprise Glaive so that they burn everything just trying to push off one of these members. I think it's got to be Hanjay who really makes an aggressive first step after the Leona finds something into the opposing team that opens up space for Boil the Oil to just find a big flank on the backside of a fight and start putting in damage, because I think Boil the Oil has got a much better chance of carrying through a fight than does Hanjay here.
They need the one direction after Zane left. They need the one direction that's broken up and possibly has absolutely no direction at all. They're all going for their solo careers. So that way they have a way to get back into it, as they started the Baron previously. Just to perhaps braided it out, but they noticed there's already so much attention and vision set up from Dark Matter that they couldn't possibly attempt this, but Ratchet sadly misses the binding, but instead they'll just get some free poke out of the other end and look to set up once more around topside too, with Dragon also being up another 2 minutes. They have no vision there at all, but at least the wave is decently matched for Glaive. So I'd be curious to see as if they focus their attention more on bot, but they look to catch out Hanjay instead. There's the Vanguard's Edge to slow them down. On Ahan is here too. Zedox is matching. They have to know this. There we go. There's what he misses the Sonic. But instead the root will land. That's all that CC, and he's gone. Yeah, you looking the next target. Puts out the Mega Death Inferno Bomb, but Hanjay looks to go in, can actually burst him down. Just the double in the trap. Even the W with the tanky sets cannot save him. And that's mid laner and jungler gone. Glaive can look towards Baron.
TP is going to come out from Diomar to come back here, but Yeet is already below half health. Boil the Oil is literally the only member that can accomplish anything in this fight, and basically has to 1v5 alongside the CC from Bella, who doesn't have ultimate. They understand that. They're backing. They're gone. They can't do this. They've got to maybe try to steal with like a Ziggs bomb or something like that. You can see Zedox is ready for it. Dio is pushing them out of the Tribe Rush. They're basically going to get nothing. Well played. Zedox is going to get the smite down before the Q even has a chance to land, and that's going to be that, because now
I mean, not only does the Baron advantage give them a 9k gold lead at 24 minutes, but all of a sudden level 14 is here. You see the Gale Force upgrade already completed. You're going to eventually get the Crown upgrade. You're going to get all of these mythics starting to come in. That's gold in the pocket constantly being flooded in from Ornn. The timer, I think, is over now for Dark Matter, especially without the gold in their back pocket to find anything. At this point, they're just waiting for the game to end around them unless they find something very significant quickly.
It is not Christmas anymore, Dean, but ornaments will reign supreme on the side of Glaive, as Caitlyn has already gotten hers. So it seems as though for her, Christmas came a couple months early at least.
Okay. Wait. Oh.
What's up? Oh no, never mind. Maybe they find the root onto one. The Ratchet he left by himself. The knock up at the back, and Rayhan caught up once more. And Zaddy's he's gonna take him down just as quick as that. Hanji as well. Gonna be popped with a solo bolo. Just a couple more shots and assist for the Caitlyn yet again. Dark Matter fighting something on two different fronts that I don't think they were prepared for, and they get punished for it.
I don't disagree with the tactic of fighting on two different fronts here, because they desperately need to be able to pull apart a team like this and focus down one at a time. They don't have the damage to focus down one at a time. Gwen wasn't able to get into a position to find anything, and when you lose on both sides of a fight, especially around an Infernal Soul, the game is chalked at that point, right then and right there. They were trying to stop the Infernal Soul. They go, okay, if Victor gets this, if Caitlyn gets this, then this game's probably over, which so I can respect that they're at least willing to take a shot at it, but the game was over, I think, a long time before the Infernal Drake was here, and this was probably just the thing. So back to the question I was actually going to ask you, and it just happened. What is the upgraded name for Crown of the Shadow Queen? Because it's the newest item, I believe the newest mythic, or one of the newest mythics that's been added to the game, Mr. Ravish.
What am I, color caster? What are I doing item names, dude?
I don't know item names. I just happen to know this one because it's a nice factoid, because I can fool all my play-by-plays with it.
Okay, well, I'll tell you what. Well, you know what? I can name all the ultimates, but I can't name this.
You can name all the ultimates. You can't name it. It's Kaysura. I don't know what that means, but that's what the name is. Isn't that song by Miley Cyrus? I don't know. Do you think I know Miley Cyrus songs?
See, that's the factor that I have in my back pocket to fuel my color.
You got me. Okay, yeah. You get to fuel your ego with a back pocket Miley Cyrus song, and I get to fuel my ego with a back pocket Crown upgrade.
Okay, wait, hold on. So the Miley Cyrus song was K Sarah, but I don't think they're the exact same.
Oh my goodness. Okay, well, it doesn't matter. This game is, for the most part, it's just getting pushed in from Glaive. 26 minutes in, 10k gold advantage. Baron's on the table. They've got a Caitlyn, too, with an Infernal Drake. They're going for a last-ditch effort. It looks like they're fishing for Caitlyn. Can't find it with the ultimate. Zadok's is not the target you want with
that
this.
Was 2 autos. Suddenly now Hanji as well up to be the next focus. Yeah, except Billy can just immediately get into, but he's a bit too far up.
I killed him.
Gets spotted for that, sadly. Yeah, support there either, but now Boyle Dior is the next target. The Everfrost lands. He's going nowhere. Wave comes in. The tower looks to be the target. Now Yayi and Bella have to get out of this. So Mayhan could possibly stop it, but he does not have the vehicle to do so. Nor does he have the damage. He has a shield bow and a wit's end. Where's your crit? Where's anything? It's not there.
No, it is not. And this is a position now where I believe that was a latch-ditch effort. It was actually really good from Yayi to find a big ultimate and to find a shutdown on a Syndilian, because if Syndilian were still alive, this would likely be inhibitor minimum. If not, they would have also been able to flood into mid lane and find 2 at the same time. But who's to say exactly what the situation is? They're finding a little bit of ways to just kind of throw some issues, some wrenches in the cogs here from the side of Glaive. But again, 12,000 gold advantage is nothing to scoff at. And the worst part is, like, if you wait 3 minutes, you're going to have to coin flip Elder, and that's almost certainly going to decide the game. Because I feel like Glaive doesn't even need to compete for that. Even with Elder, it doesn't feel like Dark Matter have the greatest of ways, if the Elder doesn't go down first, to find a full engagement into that team to get a bunch of kills. So Dark Matter is they're praying that they can flip Elder Drake for Baron for whatever reason, and Glaive just needs to not make that mistake, because that's like the Hail Mary of Hail Marys for Dark Matter, is to grab this Elder Drake and hope that they can live for a second one.
Which is going to be a very, very tough task to do, because considering right now for Dark Matter, right, they cannot get on Syndilian unless he makes a positional error like that or chooses to wall turtle himself, which I can't imagine he does. They will all die. All the damage that he's doing right now, he's now around 3.5 items. He has a stupid amount of crit. And even now, you see they get a couple more wards down on the side of Dark Matter, just near the river though, but it's not going to be enough because they're not stuck looking to spawn topside. And Tibbs is already near bot, so they can attack them on all fronts, and they have to choose to respond to wave or lose their base.
Dio's pushing on bottom side too, so they should stall this at the best of their ability. It's really nice actually from Dark Matter to attack right here.
Dinka trying to get one. You see, Tibbs does not have the TP, so he can't possibly join. Zadax though, a bit too far up, pops the shield bow, gets taken down, but the immediate run back from the Caitlyn. They don't land the root. But Hanji as well, so the next arc, he goes and there's a stun, he flashes out, and he's kiting them like a madman. Is that Benjamin Franklin? No, it's Consendillion.
What is that reference? What? Is that Benjamin Franklin? All right, I guess I'll take that.
As he kites, you know?
I hate you for that. Okay, extremely well played final fight. Glaive was actually looking rough. Zadax able to get one assassination with Sindillion, and the two that got onto Sindillion, even if they killed him, to be quite honest, the combination of Tibbs and Diomar into the backline just absolutely obliterated two more damage sources. They had nothing left. They could have walked in the base from that point, but it didn't matter because Sindillion, like you said, put on his best Benjamin Franklin impersonation, able to kite it on out of that fight. And there it is. That's Glaive, able to actually confirm themselves the ability to continue on into the main event. Expectations still high for this team. I'm really hoping they have a third shot because we're going to get game 5 here in this open qualifier soon enough. Condolences to Supernova, or my apologies, Dark Matter. They came close. This is a team that has a lot of potential for growth. Not a lot of them have a bunch of AM experience. You could see that there are pieces and things that are churning right there, but this was not their day, and this is not their open qualifier. More experience in the future, I'm sure, will absolutely do them well. But today, Glaive flexed on them quite a bit, showing off why it is that they are a team that should be considered for that top 16 and not just one of the teams that came in to compete.
And we'll see now if Glaive can continue their run up against the next opponent here in Proving Grounds. One more round to go, and this game counts for it all. They win this, they get qualification into the main tournament tomorrow. So we'll see you about all that and more as we come back from this grave. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time once again to head into our final game of the night of Glaive Esports versus Dinka Never Homeless again. This is yet again a qualification match for both of these teams. It is all laid on the line. Stakes are high.
It's we find ourselves in a position. You can't do this. I told you, the memory has been saved for the wrong moment. We're in a high tension right now. Dinka is one of the highest seeds in the entire tournament right now. They're sitting, I believe they were at 12th seed. They've got a team that's got like Dinka, who's been performing pretty well at the tournament, albeit on Gangplank. But like, I mean, if he likes Gangplank, he likes Gangplank. And then like you follow up this roster with like Captain Shrimps, Eno, Duo King. You've got names that you recognize across the board. So seeing them in a position where they could get knocked out is not exactly where we wanted this team to be. And on the other half of it, Glaive Esports, they're coming in from the previous split. They were starting to kind of inch their way into the bottom end of Proving Grounds type territory. They've been proving themselves against some of these other teams, being able to stomp out competition that isn't quite up to snuff. And now that they got to take a real testament to it, because this is a team with a lot of talent on it, and they have to show that playing together for an entire set of years, being able to play as a team, hopefully is enough to get them through this.
Yeah, so right now things are definitely going to be interesting too. And considering he's playing Gangplank the entire time, you let him have that, and you know what you play into it? You play Yorick. Dude, I'm not even joking. Yorick is such a smurf pick into GP. He absolutely drags him in lane. But you seem a little bit contested behind that, Dean.
I feel like you get like one top laner to tell you like, oh, what's Yorick good into, and then you just like dig into that being the only matchup you could ever see.
And Jace, and no, okay, here, Jace, Gangplank, and Yone. I'm not even joking.
Listen, I'm just going to tell you right now, it is more likely that we get mid lane Yorick from Captain Shrimps than it is we get it from Dinka or from Tibbs in this game. And I think you can agree with me that Tibbs isn't going to play it, and almost certainly Dinka will play it, but Captain Shrimps might. That's your long shot here.
Yeah, because I think he brought the Rumble last time. I think he might bring this out to you, but that's
He's so great. I don't even know where to start with you right now.
That doesn't really matter. What matters is that what we can start with potentially is the draft that we will have up and ready for just a couple of seconds. Players are already all going through that, and we'll have the client draft up and ready in very, very soon too. So before we break all that down here, Dean, one thing I have to be look and analyze and think about is like you mentioned before, the stakes are high, right? And it's all being laid on the line for everybody here watching. I don't know about you, but I think the pressure personally is getting to me. But between this matchup, between Glaive and Dinka Never Homeless again, I think Dinka has a really interesting prospect because they might potentially give this man a home if they win this.
No, he's never homeless again. Now he has a home right now. So if they lose, you lose that house potentially, right? Like if they lose, do they keep him around? Do they get to keep their entire roster? All of a sudden, maybe that never homeless again is a bit of a problem. So the roster certainly, on paper, this was one of our better looking rosters, and it would be again traumatizing to lose a squad of this. They do get red side, which I think is beneficial for Captain Shrimps because he plays anything. And by anything, I'm pretty sure you could convince him to play anything mid lane, and he might actually be able to do it. Dinka is pretty much the opposite this tournament. He's played Gangplank exclusively, and he had one game, I think it was banned away from him, where he played, I can't remember it off the top of my head right now. He played something else, and it went okay at best. But he has his champions that he tends to latch to, and Gangplank is the one in this tournament that he's found as being the priority champion for himself. The bottom lane also has some interest just because Eno, which is Blue Skies, of course, and Duo King. In the past, I know Duo King has been a really big Enchanter player, which I always like to see, and especially with like Lulu Karma popping back up over the course of the tournament, it's a question of like, okay, Ratchet's played one game of the Karma so far. Are they able to bring something like that out and test his ability to play that Enchanter champion style too?
I was left to think so too, considering with all the diversity and just the range of champions that we've seen so far with this game, I would not be surprised if we do manage to finally see more enchanters. If we do see the double enchanter bot lane, that is a possibility. That I know Sona Seraphim is a thing no more, but I'm just saying. Sona was played last night in the LPL, so I don't see why it cannot be played here.
I would guess because players don't play it. I don't think Blue Skies plays it. Why? Because they don't like it. and or they
Great.
just don't think it's strong. That's just how players work, right? Like they see a champion, they don't think it's very strong, they just don't play it, which is wrong. But I mean, you can't control what they do.
I mean, you would know, Dean. You, I believe, are a professional level player, so I'm sure you can relate to the mindset too
I guess.
of with these players. But
Where is the
going forward,
Fiddlesticks coming from?
I was gonna say, yeah, this is a really interesting set of bans. The Rek'Sai and Fiddle to start off, so immediately pointed towards Zadox in the jungle.
Mhm.
I'm surprised there isn't a Lee Sin ban, which is
At least
should rightfully be happening.
no
But
Caitlyn either.
yeah, they
Why,
take
what's with the
away.
Quinn?
Yeah, this is really
Did they like miss
interesting.
2 bans or something? Are they just like flexing right now, just making sure people know for a fact that they're just like about to flex on Glaive Esports? Because they hit the Rek'Sai from Zadox, which is one of his like background champions, one that he's like super good with, doesn't always play. But they missed Ornn, they missed Vex, they missed Lee Sin, they missed Caitlyn. Like they missed a number of champions that have been played by Glaive a number of times over the course of this tournament. I don't know what Dinka is up to right now. They do pull in, I guess, the Karthus jungle, which is something that got played against Glaive earlier this tournament, and they did have a difficult time trying to shut it down. So maybe they did do a bit of scouting in that regard.
Mhm. I was gonna. I was also thinking too is like if it maybe spell something, but it doesn't really because it is a FRQPQ. That's nothing. That's just a bunch of consonants in one letter. So in one word. So that doesn't necessarily matter. But on the other end, Caitlyn is still definitely up, but going into the sound, they've opted for Jinx Lulu. Okay,
There we go. So
okay.
this is pretty good. So we saw actually earlier on in the tournament, the Senna has been played by Blue Skies a couple of times, which is rather nice. And they're pairing it with the Sona, like you had talked about. The champion is strong enough, and Duo King, again, back in the day, Enchanter player, this is the guy who brings it out. This is pretty nice to see. It's not the Seraphine like you wanted, but it is the Sona, who's a pretty
You
respectively powerful champion on the patch, combined with the Senna here. They've got some pretty dank healing in the bottom lane, and it's something that can definitely sandbag against the likes of the Jinx Lulu, hopefully. I feel like Ratchet can throw some little bit of jarring into this, but again, this lane feels impenetrable for the Jinx and the Lulu to really just try to aggress against. It feels like they gotta get a jackhammer in there somewhere with like the Lee Sin and the Vex to really throw disarray down there.
Firstly, you want Seraphine. How dare you? I want Sona Seraphine. But if I were to pick one, I would only pick Sona. All right. Don't put me down the rabbit hole. Secondly, Vex into Vex into Syndra. Syndra has such a bad time. Like I cannot imagine that she is actively able to do much at all, and especially going towards level 4 and 5, dude. Because if Vex has like, I was gonna say because Diomar doesn't has TP, she has such kill pressure, and considering the team fight they have so far for Glaive Esports, they definitely do value a lot of those 5v5s and playing around early game with up against Zadox. If he manages to get that same running start that we saw before up against Dark Matter, then I'm sure the lane they'll be able to take should definitely be exponential if they consider leaving bot lane alone again like last time. Sure, Jinx doesn't, scale as heavily as Caitlyn does when left on like that. I imagine Caitlyn I imagine Jinx like, probably wants to get part of the fights and get off more of a pass and get excited. But nonetheless, the same philosophy applies. Glaive, if left alone long enough, you should be perfectly fine.
They're comfortable taking this into a team fighting phase, which is I think the crux of your argument here, which is that if you leave the bottom lane alone, you are leaving a Senna and a Sona, which is kind of a rough duo to leave alone in the bottom side. So it's a question of what do you get elsewhere on the map. And time again now, Glaive has actually gone back and back to be at mid lane to try to get Diomar. And like you said, it's a punishable matchup potentially to be up against the Senna. The Lee Sin is a good pickup just to make sure the E can only stop one of the two. So when the ultimate comes in, you combine those two together between the Lee Sin and this Vex, and all of a sudden the Syndra has to pick one, and the poison is that the other gets on top. And without a jungler that's really going to have a chance to punish a bunch of these lanes, they drafted lanes that are capable of self-sustaining themselves. Like the Syndra versus the Vex isn't one that Syndra is just going to get solo killed in. Renekton into Ornn isn't a particularly good matchup for the Renekton, but it's not a bad matchup where like you're just going to get solo killed again and again. And bottom lane is able to kind of play on their own. So it feels like Dinka's also playing towards a strategy of like if they sit and they wait and they can play, I guess, towards Dinka's Renekton and towards the Syndra, pull closer to the top side of the map a little bit. Eventually, they're getting to a point where like their champions just scale to oblivion.
right? Like you get like this massive Senna with a ton of stacks. You get this Karthus on 4 or 5 items. You get a Sona that's impossible to fight into, and they're hoping that that combination of items and gold efficiency are going to be enough to get them through what is a decent team fight setup here from Glaive. Glaive feel like they've got command of things with Zadox in the jungle, where like he can throw these lanes into disarray, and then hopefully they actually get into more of like a mid-early late game composition where like when this Ornn starts to hit and when this Jinx starts to hit, that's the point where they can really just like cut off the head and immediately take the game over Dinka.
I expect to see at least 3 out of the 5 people on Glaive build anti-heal. Like, just straight up. I know for sure Tim's going to be building a Bramble Vessel, likely first or second item, just right away too. But yeah, Ratchet, gotta get the anti-heal too. You know what? Honestly, if they want to mess around a little bit, dude, Zadox, get anti-heal on your end as well, man. Might as well, considering how much you're gonna have to go in. Because we're looking across the board on Dinka, might be homeless again. This is one of the ways that they potentially want to use, be able to shut down this team. But we mentioned before, a lot lies on the line between these two. Everything is at stake. Their food, their livelihood, and everything in their bank account has been laid forward.
Housing in general is at stake, maybe for Dinka here, which is a little worried. That or it's never at stake, which is an even better thing to think about. So I'm gonna stay optimistic here and hope that that's not going to be the case. But I think we're in for a pretty interesting game. I think we'll get some cool fights out of Dinka, just because unless the entire squad just decides that they're not going to play the game. I think we saw that earlier on in the tournament, where like sometimes they were getting a little bit lax around everything that was happening, and it cost them some games maybe they shouldn't have been losing against teams that shouldn't have been beating them. But who's to say? They're coming out with a composition that seems very unique to them. It's a comp that doesn't really look like much. The only thing that confuses me is, again, the Syndra. Like, if they had another like Captain Shrimps champion in the mid lane, this would be like a Dinka composition of like, they're running Senna Sona, they're running like Xerath in the mid lane. I'm not saying that fits into the composition. It's just like in terms of champion selection here, like that's the one that sticks out like a sore thumb. Like they went basic with the mid lane pick for Captain Shrimps, and everything else is a little bit crazy, except for Renekton. But I mean, it's Renekton.
I don't like that Renekton is just good in almost every situation possible. He, no matter really what he does, he can just continue to get lane priority, and I hate it. He's way too good.
This is not one of those matchups. This is not a good one for Renekton.
Hold on. I know.
Yeah.
I know. Hold on, you let me finish, dude.
Okay.
But considering he's up against the Ornn, that shouldn't happen like in a aggressive manner.
You gotta talk faster, man. I was slamming you, thinking you didn't know you're talking about here for a minute.
Okay, hold on. Look,
I'm pretty sure.
Before you continue, firstly, I'm pretty sure the advice that I've been giving my entire life is talk slower. The one time I try to do so, I get cut off. All right.
You're talking to somebody else who talks fast. This is a game of speed more so than a game of clarity at this point. I'm pretty sure the last time we saw Dinka, at least in Proving Grounds, he was on Maryville at the time, Maryville B. I'm pretty sure he was auto spacing Renektons as Ornn and killing them level 1. So he knows the matchup. Hopefully. I mean, if he doesn't know it from the Renekton side, things can be problematic, but I'm sure he knows it well enough that if he's able to solo kill the Renekton as Ornn in the lane, I'm sure he can manage the Renekton side of this matchup pretty well. But again, it feels like one that has to be taken advantage of very, very quickly, and if it does not, then the Renekton basically is just, throwing hands against the brick wall for nothing. And Tibbs has shown the ability to kind of deny anything with this lane as the Ornn and play for more of the team fighting style. I feel like Tibbs actually has quite a bit of importance in this game as well, just because those ultimates are one of the best ways to get into this comp. Think about it. Syndra, Senna, even like Sona, all 3 of them on the bottom side of the map not only start with S, but they also play from a pretty decent range away. They're trying to leverage that. The Ornn ultimate is the one consistent way in which you can get on top of this team. It sets up for Zadox being able to go in and find a kick, sets up for Diomar being able to go in with an ultimate as well. To be able to pair all of those big ultimates together is the way that a big team fight truly is won from Glaive most of this game.
Also, one thing I just noticed as well is that so much of Dinka's team, they're very immobile. Past Senna having just like a little bit of that shroud, but yeah, dude, Sona just stays in place. Syndra's basically a statue without flash, and Karthus is going nowhere. The only person who can possibly try to do something is maybe Renekton.
like I said, they're attempting to leverage their range into like being able to kite out or being able to be in a situation where they're hoping that the engagement just isn't able to stick from Glaive, which feels like a weird test to Glaive because it's okay. This team's been together, the entire roster has been together for over a year now. Like they clearly have the ability to communicate with one another. They clearly have an understanding of how to team fight. Here's Sammy into the mid lane looking for Dio, but he's got Zadox on his back pocket.
Doesn't safeguard actually the champion, instead chooses to go in. Zadox up against the Karthus, doubly taking a lot of damage right to the face. The Fear will save him from the inevitable, malevolent burn, but yeah, it was a little bit of a aggressive engage.
It was. I think right there, Zadox might have overestimated his damage a little bit, thinking he was going to win that situation no matter what. And the Karthus actually landed a lot of spells during that situation, which made it very difficult to re-engage off of that. If DMR doesn't get hit on the front end of that, and if Zadox is able to dodge out on even like a Q or 2 Qs during the course of that, I think Sammy and Shrimps just have to run away from that situation purely. But that was a pretty decent play from those two to be able to actually take that 2-on-2 fight, where eventually Zadox hopefully is going to be able to infringe more on Sammy's space as the Karthus continues this game.
I was going to mention too as well, this is a massive wave going down to the bot side too. If Sammy wanted to possibly just harass their lane a little bit, he would be able to do so, but considering he's a little bit far up, he's looking to farm wolves instead. I don't think they can naturally just take advantage of that, but instead the SNDM will just be pushed in. He'll fall behind a little bit in farm, but with how far pushed in they are, level 4 right now to his level 5, force of the flash immediately, resonating strike lands, and that'll be all she wrote.
Redeploy. So after the mid lane fight, I believe it was Zadox who just ran directly up to the Gromp, and then after the Gromp take was just immediately up into preparing for the lane push, because Dinka was setting a wave where he was going to be able to take a fight like this, and Tibbs was able to read it and probably communicate well enough to Zadox to come up there, and you know, Dinka just wasn't ready. He burns the TP and the flash and loses the death early to Zadox. Not exactly what you want. Who goes for an immediate regank on a Captain Shrimps? I don't think he has. He might have the damage. Very nice flash auto from Dio to put just a little bit more in and gets Zadox out without having to worry about the final tower shot. Great plays there from Zadox.
Yeah, Zadox also has to use the flash there too, but just the final couple of seconds, if he manages to take one more, that does turn into a trade, and Captain Shrimps is very, very happy about that because that turns into a shutdown. Give it over to him as well. So, we were mentioning Umar playing this lane excellently too, and the Vex continue to dominate. On top of that, I'm surprised he isn't building damage just outright, choosing to play a little bit safer by upgrading his boots firsthand, but I'm not too sure behind the reason. Maybe you can enlighten me, but as I was clearly mentioned before, top lane continues to be abused because Ornn does all those things and more.
I don't think that the Cinder matchup in the laning phase is as good as you made it actually sound like, but it doesn't matter because Tibbs is actually in preparations to try to kill Dinka. He gets a little too far away, actually tags Sammy as well. I don't know if he knew that Sammy was there at the time, and so if that was blind into the river and happened to tag the Karthus, incredible ult from Tibbs to be able to find out that a lot of people were heading up to him and he couldn't chase that into the river. Good on him to be able to deny that, but yeah, the mid lane matchup, playing defensive, going for the mercs, making sure that the damage isn't going to stick from Captain Shrimps, being able to throw the orbs and things like that, set up a stun for a kill or anything along those lines. And Dio's ready to absorb more resources. This is where a lot of them have gone from Glaive. We've seen that over the last 5 games of the tournament, 4 games of the tournament, my apologies. So Dio's not really expecting to get stuck on this power spike, instead should be on the damage quick enough.
Also, right now, they can't exactly take advantage of that necessarily, but should be fine to at least try to re-engage on the bot end. Doesn't manage to land the ultimate, but gets the fear down, so that'll be given over to Zadox here yet again. Diomar playing with a phenomenal setup alongside the backside of Ratchet as well. But although they can't necessarily get set up there, you do see Sammy's also there looking to defend, but they can use the parity to go on the dragon.
Yeah, it's now Glaive who are able to transition into bottom side. They spent a little too much time here, I think, because midwave actually crashed, so Dio's going to miss a little bit of that, so it's free time for Captain Shrimps. But snagging a bottom side play, pushing off the Senna and Sona a little bit, preventing them from just sitting there and doing anything they want. That's kind of the strategy I was hoping for from Zadox, to throw a wrench into that whole system down there that they've tried to go for. And taking the Dragon's also been big. When they haven't controlled Dragon, they found struggles that happen against 100 Thieves. I know that's a little more anomalic than just saying, oh, they lost Dragon dragons, they lost that game. That was probably going to happen anyway. But we've seen that when they have dragon control, they're doing a lot better because they're the ones who set up fights in much more meaningful ways. They're the ones that can kind of do the damage after fights have been won, when they're the ones that kind of control the river area. So when you got dragons in your back pocket, you aren't the ones attacking for it. You're not throwing yourselves off balance, trying to force onto any of these objectives, which is where Glaive really wants to be.
Not necessarily with the dragons too. We've seen that the way they set up also on top side too, when they have favorable matchups there, that Rift Herald has been a very powerful tool for themselves to be able to open up some more of the laners who want to aim to get across the map. I'm like, no way Blue Skies actually dies here, right? Get the force out to heal the rocket. Not gonna land the AoE damage, but Zadox doesn't care. He 2v1s but dies.
What in the world?
Ultimately a shutdown given over to the Sona, and that'll open up top side for them to take Rift Herald.
It does. Currently, Sammy is actually going crazy in this game when it comes to farm. Currently sitting on like 10 TS per minute because he's been completely unchallenged, and now the Rift Herald in the back pocket is just more gold. Right there, I think the intention was that Zadox wanted to free this specifically up, which was to get tower plates for Sindillion and Ratchet. In the middle there, I don't know if there was an opportunity for a Dragon's Rage kick, maybe alongside the Q to have a full execute. I think that it was read that Zadox knew the heal was up and that it was never going to be a full kill, which is kind of tragic because he was expecting for that to be the case. So ends up just going in, getting a kill onto Duo King. Not really worth it because they trade it back on a Sona, give up the Rift Herald. They do get 2 plates onto their Jinx, which is important to get Sindillion into this game, being this big team fighter for when the setup is necessary, and they need a Jinx to really put in the damage when they start stacking some of the CZ together.
Which we've seen actually Sindillion has been one of the main carries for a lot of these Glaive games as well. Mainly of course on the Caitlyn, right? The autos and just the disgusting amount of teamfight prowess that he'd be able to put out, especially going towards the late stages of the game, has been exponential, especially considering he remains unchecked. And if the Jinx gets the same amount of treat we were talking about this bit in draft, this only gives Glaive one more win condition for their ultimate, you know, perhaps qualification, if they're able to achieve that up against Dinka. But them losing on Rift Herald does not bode super favorably to at least open the Jinx across the entire map, get more gold into her by moving to top side, which has been their plan in the past 3 games. So we'll see how they adjust as the bit more attention is being paid bot side. Vex is moving down here as well.
They can't move through the river because they have plenty of wards there to defend against this. And pushing out our Duo King and Eno. Zadox, I think, is bailed on this. Dio's going to bail on that as well. They're not going to try to find anything. At some point, they need to start putting, I think, all 5 members together and forcing fights like that. Because, again, Karthus at 100 CS at 10 minutes, 30 seconds is enormous and completely unpunished from the likes of Glaive. The Renekton isn't powerful in the slightest, really is never going to have much of a laning phase against the Ornn. So this is a moment where I feel like they've got enough power innately in their champions to take bigger fights than what they're going for. They're going for a bit of a dive. They're going to force the TP. I feel like this is one that that they're not going to. I feel like they could have forced the issue here and maybe looked for something, but because it was the Cinder coming in, they don't feel comfortable with that, so they just are okay taking the teleport and walking away.
But considering they're a little bit far up here, I think Duo King, if he wanted to, he could potentially ult alongside the slow. They do miss the opportunity, consider the wave runs out for them as Zadox is also not there. Gets caught up in mid lane, the fear doesn't necessarily land onto 2. Zadox has a flash away, but Diomar looks to go in, a nice rocket. Now there's a chance to reset, Zax to re-engage, and they get the second as well. Diomar looking to pop off, the shield was saving for a couple more seconds, and Stabby stays alive. The Senna gaming. And the ult? Oh,
oh no!
Oh, the
Okay,
burn.
yeah, the Leandry's burn. That's gonna be the close. Now Sindillion wrapped in a bad situation.
He's caught between 2 people. It gets a trap on him, but he goes super huge. If he can possibly get one, he gets passes off 2 and might have been able to run away, but no, Duo King lives. Now Ratchet is the next target. Glaive seemed to be going so well for them in the early game, but things are turning on their head just a bit.
It was such a good situation. So right here, it's well played from Zadox and from Diomar. They're able to use that with Sindillion to rocket the second time that has come into massive play in an attempted communication. That's really big. Can't find the kill into Sammy. He doesn't have it. I think Diomar also flashed into that Senna ultimate that did just enough damage through the shield before it went down to actually bring him down, which is unfortunate. And then you, of course, have the Leandry's burn, which got another kill. The play in the river where they got pinched between the 2. Just bad decision-making at the very tail end of that, where that front-end play, if Diomar finds a kill against Shammy, a big shutdown, that looks amazing, but the team can't make any of it happen, and so Dinka walks away very happy with the situation they found themselves in. Their Karthus is enormous, their Sona is big now as well. Nothing has slowed down the Senna, nothing has really slowed down the Syndra either.
I would think too, though, if potentially if Diomar didn't actually flash away out towards the outskirts of that ult, Sammy would have still gotten most of those kills. I would have still been 2-0-1, but maybe not with the 10 assist, right? Because by the end of it, that result is the same, and the ult ultimately from Sammy does kill both of them, no matter if DOR manages to live or not. Nonetheless, though, that still does give them over Dragon by the end of it, so a good retribution take.
They got a little bit back and forth. It's a 2,000 gold advantage from Dinka. Their Ornn is still scaling, so they still have ornaments to sit for. They still have a decent team fight to go for as well. There's plenty to like still about Glaive's composition. It's just that, again, being this far behind a Karthus who's going crazy is it's pretty much a horrible position to find yourself in, just because of how much Sammy can do, especially with this first strike rune, being able to use that very effectively with the ultimates, the Leandries, with the penetration that now comes through with Void Staff being prepared to be built. This Karthus is just going to be able to rip through this team if they are not exactly punctual with how this engagement works. Blue skies.
Okay, they have the enlargement here. Lulu made her soft big instead of the support, but they probably don't need it. She's the ADC. They'll get the reset. One Murata. There we go. Zadok's looking to pop up yet again. I would have liked them to be on SNDM a little bit more, but a kill on Zadok is the kill for the team.
Yeah, Zadok's just, he's pulled all 7 kills this game, going completely nuts on this Lee Sin at the moment. Has to do quite a bit with it, because again, eventually you got to get this gold spread out onto some of your other members to be able to help carry the team. But a lot of these are being set up. They found a couple of good ganks. That was an amazing setup of the Dragon Kick, another great one from Zadok's on this champion that he's been so comfortable with in the past, to help set up a play to the bot side to deny this Senna and this Sona anything more. I do kind of like the fact that there were 5 members that ended up in the bottom side for Dinka, just to defend, because they know the Ornn's probably not going to punish top tower. He actually stays around with the hover of Sammy, because they're trying to put some more gold into Renekton just to be a little stronger here in this mid game. Tibbs is going to be able to catch this wave though, so there's nothing concerning there. The problem is he burnt TP for it, so that means that this first movement that is going to be coming out from Sammy and and Dinka in the top side, it means that they could go up the river faster than what the Ornn would have been able to. They don't decide to do that. They know Rift Herald is going to get taken. I would have expected for Dinka to just bail on this bottom tower and run up immediately to contest into the top side river, but they don't do that, so they obviously don't, I think, intend to fight for this. Maybe just try to steal it with Sammy. But they've got 2 members coming in from the river. This is one that Dinka could have been here for.
As of right now, that he might not be able to be here in time, considering his top 1. We see Duo King that could possibly get out an actual flank up against the land. The ultimate could nail down all 3 as they contest over the Rift Herald. But Dinka seem to have just a little more prowess and more people at the party. So at least they managed to take that away. That second Rift Herald in the pocket as well. Right? Meanwhile, bot lane is being aggressed upon. That should be solo goal for in Tibbs' end.
Yeah, I'm thinking if Dinka was thinking far ahead on this, maybe they're thinking, okay, we can't let the Ornn join a fight at any point, so they need to keep him in bottom side and make sure that he's going to stay there. And so Dinka stayed for one extra wave to make sure that there was no movement from Ornn to the top side of the map, and they felt comfortable that like Captain Shrimps has enough gold. They've got plenty of gold on the Karthus to work with, and that fight isn't one that's comfortable here from Glaive to actually full extend into, because if they get hit with even a single wall of pain, all of a sudden Cinder Stun's getting stacked on, Sona ultimate's getting stacked on, and you're taking way too much damage. So they just bail. They say, okay, we're even in gold. We don't need the Rift Herald. We got 2 dragons in our back pocket. Our Ornn is scaling. He already got his first ornament. The rest are coming. Even's very, very soon. This doesn't matter all that much.
Another knockup though onto Aknid, but meanwhile the ult is raging. They shouldn't be able to kill him, but the turn could be nice. The wall of pain gets slow onto Tibbs. Zadox is already under tower. They could try to go for this. If the land is stunned, the heal is there. That's quite nice. The Captain Shrimps gets a stun, but the shield is looking to poke them down, and there we go. All the damage they need. Captain Shrimp gets a big shutdown in his back pocket, but Duo cannot be the response because then they're still going in. The heal's not enough. They land the ignite, and the ultimate should kill SNDM.
Goodness.
And Tibbs. Oh my god.
This is the difference maker in this game. It's this Karthus ultimate. It is just ripped through the side of Glaive right there. It looked like they had a couple of plays going in their back pocket. Without that Karthus ultimate, this ends up being not a great position because Diomar's still able to get top tower. But now with Rift Herald, after all those kills that get picked up by the Karthus in the end goal, a couple going into Captain Shrimp's back pocket, that's mid tower going down as well. It's just too much that's been given over that Glaive isn't able to respond to. The gold's not going to look super dramatic here, but man, Dinka, this Karthus is going to be way too menacing in the later stages. They got to find an answer for it quick.
Dude, honestly, sooner rather than later, considering with the amount of damage he's able to put out every single time, that ultimate is going to be an absolute menace, especially with the first strike that is currently dealing with. He has Void Staff and Leandries, and he's gonna be able to get more and more gold because now he's working towards a Zanyas and a Dark Seal. I'm confident he probably gets Magi's before he does the actual Zanyas, and Sammy then becomes a disgusting just PowerPoint for the side of Dinka, because it doesn't necessarily matter how the fights go, as long as he gets his ultimate off, it's over.
For a fight setup, they're gonna try to find Sammy.
Yeah, they get the knockup onto him too. There we go. There's a stopwatch already put out, and it burns so much as to try to kill him. But now the turn has to come. Akron already finds one onto Diomar. He's gone and done so. He has stopwatch here and lets alive for a couple more seconds, but it doesn't necessarily matter because SNDM dies in the back end. All of Glaive Esports tunnel themselves into an ultimate death point, and they can do no more. Zadok's the last one left to live the tale, but that's Dragon going over to Dinka, but a heck of a lot more.
Glaive throws so much into making sure they can try to find Sammy that they lose 2 of their massive tools and 2 of their massive frontline members, and that leaves SNDM in the back of the pit with nobody to help out. They leave Diomar and Ratchet on their own with Dinka directly in front of them. There's not much to be able to say about that, and it meant that Dinka could actually focus down single targets at a time because no one was really there to actually distract from anything. I know Zadox was going for a Dragon Steel just so they could set up and stall this game even longer, but that right there was a little bit disastrous. Dinka played very well, being very far back in their own jungle, not allowing for the Ornn ultimate to accomplish all that much. The massive Zonias from the stopwatch coming through from Sammy to deny so much. It just meant that Glaive was so scattered they weren't able to actually work their way through this fight properly. No one has the gold either to play a full front-to-back team fight right now for Glaive because their gold is all focused in his Zadhox. That's where all their kills are. They don't even have like a backline diver because Diomar's not really fed enough to really do much either, so they can't even really put threat into somebody like Sammy when the stopwatch is down, when anything like this is causing problems, because they're too far down at the moment. Dinka is in a great position to continue punishing plays like that if they're not super careful. Again, Glaive has to be very punctual with their full engagements in 5-on-5s. Otherwise, especially now that they're down in gold, it's just going to be a very big problem.
Glaive has to find a way to not necessarily overcommit on a couple of these fights, considering, yeah, like I said, he does buy the metas first, and with stopwatch down for Sammy, they could potentially try to set up a round again, but they can't be doing that where there's just almost essentially fighting a fight on 2 different fronts in just 1 different choke, and leaving so many laners to fend for themselves. Because when SNDM is dying while Lulu's running away, while she has, just made herself giant, there's a problem there within your team.
They need to find a way to get a more standard fight in their back pocket, which I think is difficult to manage because Dinka clearly knows how to play this composition to make sure that that's not going to be the case. You also have to wonder, like, okay, how do they kill Sammy in a lot of these fights, especially when Zonias is done? It feels like a lot of their immediate burst can get denied by that 1 rune, and then you have the problem of, like, okay, Senna gets to come through, Sona gets to come through, you got Cinder on the back line, you've got a bunch of range to support it with, a bunch of healing to be able to work into this situation, and it just becomes so big of a hassle to try to kill this Karthus. And now, with Baron being a legitimate threat on the board, especially with a Karthus this strong and a Kraken Slayer Senna in the back pocket, all of a sudden I find Glaive, they're looking for like objective setups because that's where their Ornn is going to be most valuable. That ultimate is going to pop and it's going to do a decent chunk of damage. I'm not sure what it was for though, because I'm looking for a timer. I guess, I don't know, 2 people were literally back at the time and the rest are going to be able to sustain through the rest of that. I think it was just a pop for some gold.
I mean, yeah, he does have first strike, and I believe first strike on that would essentially have like procced on all 5 of those champions, right? So, hey, you know what? I guess that's one thing we take. Probably just needs a little bit more to sort of buy up on this audience. So, I at the end of it, I respect it. But moving on, onto the game. Dinka right now, we were mentioned before that as you see this setting up around all top side. Both these teams are essentially just looking to take as many resets as possible until what I believe is the Baron gonna coming up, because right now for Dinka that's main priority, because that's what they can use right now to siege up against Glaive, and their siege comp isn't great, but if they're strong enough, their team fighting is more than enough.
To me, it feels like Dinka's in a position where it's really hard to push their own issue without winning a big fight, because Karthus is all about fighting. There's not a bunch of pushing power. Senna is like good at picking towers, but that's pretty much the only champion you've got to really do anything with, because you've got good range to siege up on towers, but you don't have a bunch of really ranged CC outside of like the Sona ultimate or the Cinder stun. So there's ways to infringe, and playing around objectives, again, the threat is the Ornn ultimate into a big team fight that potentially wins quite a bit for you. DMR able to run out of that situation with relative ease.
The ultimate got burnt from Lulu right there, a little bit trade back and forth. So this might open a potential Baron because of the ultimates that were used right there, but it's not so much that Glaive, I think, is just out unable to fight. So Dinka is tiptoeing around right now. They're trying to find the perfect situation for themselves because it feels like Glaive has at least given themselves a composition that you can turn into Dinka with. So Dinka's like, okay, how do we exactly turn this game away? Like, we could start into dragon stacking, but that's going to stall this game long enough for Jinx and for Vex to really start to ramp up, and for Ornn ultimates, for Ornn items to really start to come into the play as well, which is not ideal. So they need to find a way to accelerate this game without just necessarily throwing yourselves into a pure 5-on-5 team fight.
He's now level 14 as well, so this is where the ornaments do come into play too. I imagine he'll upgrade to Jinxes right away, but Dragon is up in 2 seconds. And they are already there, and I believe Glaive is very much aware with this.
Oh.
So they decided to possibly just give this away, but there's going to be solo point for the Zadox. He's very far up, likely looking for a steal, but definitely not going to happen as Jink Rockets passes right by them on the way to your house, I believe, Dean. That's what that was. So that was it.
Must have been. I'll see if I can keep my eyes out for that one. This is a really interesting decision as well, because again, there aren't really great ways to full engage into this squad. They're going to pop the ultimates from the Karthus to start with.
Yeah, okay, they will find one, but yet again, Sandelian is way too far up. He gets caught out of position. Wants to flash out our Ratchet, but the unleashed power is more than enough to take out the bot lane of Glaive Esports, and the CC as well will land a double for the Renekton. Now we just Diomar left. Alongside Zadox, they can't necessarily pull off any flanks. This is the very easy Baron take for Dinka.
And that's all that they needed right there. They popped the Karthus ultimate, and I was like, okay, the full engagement's really tough to come by. But then the Senna ultimate hits on top of it, and that is enough to drive back both of the bot laners and enough damage to really drive everybody out of that situation. They thought that they had enough damage to bring down Dinka, but it just wasn't there. And now Zadox, I mean, he's praying for a steal right now. He's trying to get to the pit. They're bodying him off to the best of their abilities. They don't have a bunch of damage on it right now. They're hoping that Eno and everybody else is going to be enough. Zadox is trying so hard to get into this pit right now. Oh, he got stunned!
He got the Q? Does he get it? Oh my god, dude.
I saw the bounty and I won. It was
I was about to yell.
Okay. So close. That was a sexy move from Zaddy, but unfortunately it's not going to do anything. The cross map play from Dio was what the objective bounty was. They end up losing their jungler. They try to coin flip for the Baron. They're down 6,000 gold. This is where Dinka really starts to come into their own, just because now all the gold is in the pockets that they've needed for anything that they want. They've got the range to exploit against Glaive. They can still play out this game. It's going to take a minute probably still, unless they end up with a really solid team fighting situation. Dinka went for a one-on-one.
He is not super far up, but there's still then the knockup. There's the fear, but he pops the ultimate immediately.
Oh no!
To try to at least run away.
That damage is aggressive.
Yeah, but the Requiem from Karthus is a little bit gross, and that Medja is at 18 pages. So that's gonna.
I think that was 1,000 damage just up to Sindelian with that one ultimate. You were just fishing with this Karthus ultimate at this point. He just outright bought a Rabadon's as well. Didn't even go for the Zonias. Doesn't care. Wants the damage, which is completely fair, because if he's just dropping ultimates like this, it's just ridiculous the amount that the Karthus can accomplish. Back to a 9,000 gold lead. They haven't.
Wait, no, dude. Yo, Captain Shrinks has a potion. Captain Shrinks has an elixir.
Oh wow, they're just going for an end. Shot. Yeah.
Yeah, they want to kill them, and they want to end this game now. They actually don't care. This is so funny.
This is tough. There's so many positions. Diomar and Zadox are trying to find a flank here. Can they get a kick?
Hey, they're gonna come out of blue skies. That's quite nice as the ADC down, so they can potentially fight from this. But they unleash power. It barely catches tips on the tail end of it. Barrett is now far too deep, and with him be up against the Jinx, finally Sandelian stays alive for one fight. Now this is where the rockets start to hurt. But Savvy just does far too much damage at this point, so you know it's going to be traded at each and every point.
You can see there's team fighting aspects that are still valuable here for Glaive. When they're able to find a decent flank, a decent kick in the right positions, they find blue skies, they find Duo King, they get a good number of members, and they actually shut down a fair amount of this. Nice play. Diomar was able to find an ultimate, and then he gets into the backline to try to find a little bit more on the other side. Somehow Zadox lives this onslaught from Dinka. This doesn't have the damage on the Renekton, and he fell too far behind. Unfortunately, Sindelian falls here as he goes too far forward to get Duo King, because he just takes a full combo from Sammy and from Captain Shrimps. But you can see there's a little bit of fight left. They're not willing to give up quite point yet. They're down 10,000 gold, but SNDM gonna try his best to try to carry out through the rest of these fights to the best of their abilities. They've got Zadok's for kicks. They've got Tibbs for ultimates. They have ways to try to set up plays to make sure that their damage can get down. It's just you're gonna have to play perfect from this point on.
Yeah, but SNDM just needs to stay alive, a thing he has not been able to do in the past 3 team fights. He's been a little bit too far forward personally for my liking, and due to that, he's been punished, right? Blue Sky is caught, and Duo King has stunned him, or Captain Shrimps has found the opportunity to delete him within seconds. And if that manages to happen again, then things won't be looking so pretty, because Dinka passed that. If SNDM dies, then they're absolutely chilling. If he stays alive, then like you mentioned, things are a little bit more hairy, especially when he goes on to the right targets. But as Dinka right now, look for their third, the third Ocean Dragon and Ocean Soul, Soul Point.
Yeah.
They're first to take, and I don't think Glaive wants to contest this.
It's been good. Glaive taking the first 2 dragons have given them so much more time in this game, but it's just they haven't been able to find a strike back whatsoever. SNDM has actually gone Bloodthirster as well, just to make sure that he doesn't outright die when Sammy hits him in ulti. Like, not only the shield, but also the fact that like if he hits him for 99% of his health bar, he can heal for the rest, hopefully. That's what the Bloodthirster, I guess, is for, because normally you'd go Infinity Edge for some more damage into the backline, but I guess you don't need it. Nobody really went armor or resistances at all on Dinka's team, except for that one pair of plated steel caps. So I guess they've got 2 pairs of plated steel caps and the death stance. My apologies. He won't be able to kill Dinka as well, but he has the damage on everybody else with all of the crit to be able to survive, or to be able to do damage. So now he just wants to survive. The Bloodthirster hopefully is going to be helping him to do that. I don't know if it's going to be too easy. But the Lulu combined with that shield might be enough to try something. They're going to find Sammy. He's got a flash out.
They get the slow, but there we go. There's a run back as well. A knock up on top of it. The rocket lands. And there's the Vex on the 1,000 gold. Going to DMR's pocket, not with the big baddie ultimately gone. It doesn't matter because he still does 1,000 damage. Gets straight by the end of it. Kip's gone as well. He knocks himself into the wall, but it doesn't matter. He plays dumb, so he stays alive. But still, Blue Skies wants to have none of it, as that's a double kill. Dinka will never be homeless again because they're moving into the enemy base.
It's a setup now where Dinka, I mean, they found themselves a solid team fight. They have to burn so much on the side of Glaive just to get the Karthus. I think this is just going to be the end of the game. They've got too much damage on everyone else. They've got too much range to work with. When your engagement goes into killing one member of the enemy team, there's basically nothing for you to accomplish. Blue Skies trying to find something on this Zadok's. He's pretty much the only hope they've got left. He doesn't even have kick right now. They're trying to stall for DMR for SNDM to come back up, but I don't think they've got the time for it.
No, sir, they do not, because Zadok's right now has decided that he's going to take a 1v1 like he did at the beginning of the game, but they're going to focus down on the Nexus. One more auto should be able to defend, and Rakden is far too big, and that'll be the end of that. Glaive Esports sadly have not been able to make it into the qualifiers for UEA. They can never homeless again. We'll move forward.
It was a tough run here for Glaive, as they've had a chance over the last couple of days to try to secure themselves into a good spot. They weren't quite able to contest some of the better top 12 teams. They lost to Taco, who's 13. They lost to Dinka, who's 12. That's a rough go of it between those 2 losses just in their own right. So between those 2 and then 100 Thieves, of course, which is the other team that they lost to. So they played some really solid teams, and they had okay showings here and there. Their players clearly getting better by the day. They're looking to improve. Not going to make it into this one. Dinka, on the other hand, despite some of their stumblings in situations that probably shouldn't have been, props to them for being able to pull out this one. Sammy specifically, somebody who hasn't been around too much inside of the amateur scene, or that I don't recognize too much, going off on the Karthus in this game, going absolutely completely dummy. Everybody else being able to just scale up, testing out to see whether or not Glaive was going to be able to do enough damage in the early game to stop them from getting to a point where they were unstoppable, and unfortunately they just weren't able to. So Dinka coming away with the win, making it into the main event. A lot of these players very well known. Again, Dinka, Captain Shrimps, Eno, Duo King, you know these guys. Not shocking to see them get in, upsetting to see them beat Glaive to do it, but here they are making themselves well known, getting into that tournament and being able to work their way towards that proving grounds.
Like you mentioned, positioning is everything too in Dinka, with the Karthus having free reign. Big shout out to both of these teams. I'm sure y'all played your hearts out. Thank you for Glaive for having us. It has been an honor and a pleasure to cast y'all's game over the past 2 days. Now, Dean, appreciate you being here. Big shout out to producer Aaron there on the back end, and good luck to the rest of the teams moving forward in the UE tournament tomorrow. With all that being said, I've been Ravish. You're Ravish, the most ravishing man on the internet. I'll catch y'all later. Peace.